Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. I always turn the hallway light off before bed. It's one of those habits I don't think about. Right after I brush my teeth, I check the stove, then the doors. Then I flick the hallway switch off. Same routine every night since my son was born. Our place isn't big, just 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, all laid out in a straight line. His room's at the end of the hall. Mine's closest to the front door. That hallway light sits dead center, above a creaky patch of floor that you can't avoid stepping on unless you're floating. Anyway, a week ago, I woke up in the middle of the night, 3:12 in the morning. I know that because my phone screen lit up when I checked it. I didn't hear anything, just woke up. One of those sudden alerts your body gives when something's off, even if your brain hasn't figured out what yet. I got up, padded down the hallway, and saw it. The light was on. Bright, not flickering, not dim, just fully on like someone had turned it on while I slept. I stood there for a second, then turned it off and went back to bed. Didn't think too much of it. Maybe I forgot. Maybe I only thought I flipped it off. It happens. I've been tired lately. Being a single parent will do that to you. My son's name is Jacob. He's 5. He likes dinosaurs and peanut butter crackers and insists on falling asleep with a toy truck tucked under his pillow. He's a good kid, quiet, not fussy. But he wakes up early and talks a mile a minute, so by the time I get him to bed, I'm usually half dead myself. The second night, I woke up again. Same time. 3:12. Hallway light on. This time I was sure I'd turned it off before bed. I stood there a little longer, looked down the hall. Jacob's door was still closed. The place was silent. I turned it off, checked the switch. Didn't feel loose or faulty. Then I cracked Jacob's door and peeked inside. He was asleep. One arm flopped over his stuffed stegosaurus, the truck on the pillow. I closed the door gently and went back to bed. By night 4, I started getting that feeling. You know the one, where something mundane starts happening often enough that it stops being a coincidence and starts feeling like a message or a warning. I started checking the light more carefully, clicked the switch off, watched the bulb go dark, stood there for a full 10 seconds before turning in. Still, every night I woke up. Same time. Same glow down the hall. That's when I started to feel it wasn't me. And it wasn't Jacob. I mean, the kid's barely tall enough to see the kitchen counter. That switch is at least a foot over his head. I asked him gently the next morning, "Hey, bud, have you been getting up at night?" He looked at me like I asked if he'd been flying to the moon. "No," he said, mouth full of cereal. "I been sleepin'. Why?" I told him the hallway light keeps turning on. He blinked, then said, "That's her light." I felt something crawl under my skin. "Whose light?" He shrugged. "She comes out to check. She needs it on so she can see." "Who does?" Jacob stirred his cereal around, real casual. "She comes out to make sure you're asleep." Then he added, like he was sharing a secret. She doesn't like being watched. I didn't press him after that. I didn't want to scare him. I didn't want to scare me. That night, I set up an old phone in the living room with a camera app running. I angled it just enough to catch the start of the hallway. It wouldn't get the switch itself, but it might show if Jacob was walking around. That's all I was trying to prove. I watched him fall asleep, same routine. Truck under the pillow, dinosaur in one hand. He was out cold in 5 minutes. I checked the switch again, off. I went to bed. This time I didn't fall asleep easy. I kept my eyes on the ceiling, kept waiting. And just before I drifted off like my brain knew what was coming, I opened my eyes. My phone screen was lit. 3:12. I got up, walked into the hallway. Light on. This time I didn't turn it off right away. I stood there, waited. Nothing moved. The house didn't creak. The silence wasn't deep. It was full, like the air was listening to me. Eventually I turned it off. The next morning I reviewed the footage. It was boring for a while. Just a few frames of nothing. Dark hallway, no movement. Then, right after the timestamp hit 3:11, something happened. The hallway light flicked on. No sound. Just that bright click of illumination. And then something leaned into frame from above. From the ceiling. It wasn't a person, not exactly. It was long, too long. Thin arms reached downward, like they were stretching from somewhere higher than the camera could see. They moved toward the bulb, almost touched it, then pulled back and vanished. No footsteps, no sound, just that brief moment of reaching. I watched it 5 times. Then I deleted it. I told myself I imagined it, that the angle was weird, that the shadows were playing tricks. But deep down, I knew I hadn't imagined it. Because Jacob's words came back to me, clear as a bell. She doesn't like being watched. I didn't tell Jacob about the camera. I wanted to. God, I almost did. But every time I got close, I kept hearing his voice in my head the way he'd said it so calmly, like it wasn't strange at all. Like this was just part of the night, part of how the world worked for him. She comes out to make sure you're asleep. Not something, not a monster, not a ghost. She. There was something about the word that made my skin feel too small. The next night, I didn't set the camera back up. I told myself it was because I needed the phone for work, but the truth was I didn't want to see it again. Not if it was going to show what I thought it would. Not if it was going to be more than arms this time. I turned the hallway light off at exactly 10:15. I remember checking the clock just to make sure. I stood under it for a while, watched the bulb cool, felt the quiet settle over the house. Then I went to bed. I left the door cracked just enough to hear Jacob if he called out. He didn't. But I still woke up. 3:12. Again. I didn't check my phone this time. I didn't need to. I could feel the light through the crack in the door, that same faint yellow glow, too sharp to be a dream. I got up, slow this time, not annoyed, not even scared, just tired. When I stepped into the hallway, the light was already on. Everything looked exactly like it always did, same carpet, Same patch of floor that creaked under my heel, same scuffed wall from when we moved the bookshelf. But something felt different. Not colder, not darker. Fuller. Like someone had just left, or was still close. I didn't move right away. I just stood there, listening. And then I heard it. A quiet shift from Jacob's room. I walked toward the door and opened it gently. He was sitting up in bed, wide awake, not crying, not scared, just awake, like he'd been waiting. "Hey," I whispered, "everything okay?" He nodded. "Did you get up?" "No." "You sure?" He looked at me. She was here. The hairs on my arms lifted. "In your room?" He shook his head, just outside. I sat on the edge of the bed. "Jacob," I said, "who is she?" He thought about it. You could see him working through something in his head, like he was trying to pick the right words. "She checks the lights." "What else?" "She watches you sleep, and if you move, she waits." "Waits for what?" Jacob didn't answer, just shrugged and lay back down, pulling the blanket up under his chin. "She doesn't like loud stuff," he said after a while. "She only likes it when everything's quiet." I stayed in his room until he fell asleep again. Then I walked back down the hallway and turned the light off. This time, I didn't go back to bed. I sat in the living room with a cup of tea and stared at nothing. The shadows on the walls, the tiny red dot on the TV that said it was in standby mode. I stared until the sun came up and the light in the hallway finally meant morning again. Later that day, I went looking for answers. Not online. I knew better than to type something like "long-armed shadow woman in hallway" into a search bar. I didn't want Reddit threads and ghost hunting YouTube videos. I wanted something real. Something that didn't feel like it had been polished up for clicks. So I went to the library. Not the big one downtown, the small branch a few streets over, the one where old people sit by the windows with paperbacks that smell like rain. I asked the lady at the desk if they had anything on local folklore. She raised an eyebrow but pointed me to a corner shelf with creaky binders and books that looked like they hadn't been touched in years. I didn't find much at first. Stories about graveyards and floods and the usual haunted house legends. Old man who walks the train tracks. Dog that guards a church even though it died 50 years ago. But then I found something different. A collection of interviews, transcripts really, typed up and stapled together. Someone had gone around asking people in the area about things they saw growing up, things they were told not to talk about. One name kept coming up. The Watcher Woman. Descriptions varied. Sometimes she was tall, sometimes not, sometimes she had a face, sometimes not, but the pattern was always the same. Hallways. Lights. Nighttime. And one quote from a man who'd grown up 2 blocks from where I live, stuck out like it had been burned onto the page. She comes when things are quiet, when someone's alone. She likes routine. If you break it, she notices. If you look too long, she waits. And if you try to see her clearly, the rest was cut off, literally torn, like someone didn't want the next part read. I closed the booklet. Didn't check anything else. I walked home with that one sentence echoing in my head. if you try to see her clearly. That night, I didn't touch the hallway light. I left it on. Jacob asked about it during bedtime. "You forgot to turn it off," he said, pointing toward the open door. I shook my head. No, I didn't forget. He looked confused for a second. Then he nodded, like he understood something without needing me to say it out loud. "She'll like that," he said. I stayed up again. 3:12 came and went. I didn't get up, didn't go to the hallway, didn't look, and for the first time in a week, I didn't hear anything. But I did feel something, a kind of warmth in the air, like a quiet approval. I kept the light on the next night, too. Not out of fear, exactly. It was more like instinct. Like when you let a door stay open because you feel something would rattle if you shut it. I brushed my teeth, checked on Jacob, turned off the kitchen light, and left the hallway glowing. It felt wrong and right at the same time. Wrong because it wasn't what I usually did, and I'm a creature of habit, always have been. Right because the house stayed still that night. No footsteps, no creaks, no waking up at 3:12. In the morning, Jacob padded out of his room in his socks and said, "She's quieter when the light's on." Like it was weather, like it was something we just live with now. We didn't talk about it more than that. I dropped him off at school, then sat in the car for a long time before heading home. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, not at the traffic, at the back seat. It felt like someone should have been there, or had just been. I didn't tell anyone what was happening, not my sister, not my coworker who always calls to talk about nothing, not Jacob's teacher. It felt like if I said it out loud, it would grow teeth. So I kept it to myself. That Friday, I was folding laundry while Jacob played with his dinosaur toys. I wasn't thinking about the hallway or the light or anything strange. I was just trying to match socks that never seemed to stay in pairs. Then he looked up at me and said, "She likes when you don't talk." I froze with the shirt in my hands. "What do you mean, Bud?" She said, "You talk too much in your head." My heart skipped. "Did she tell you that?" Jacob nodded, completely unbothered. "When?" He shrugged. "Last night. She said it while she was looking at the wall." "What wall?" He pointed toward the hallway. "That one. She stands there when she doesn't want to go in." I tried to keep my voice steady. "What do you mean, go in?" Jacob lined up his toys in a row. "She can go anywhere if the light's off, but if it's on, she stays by the edge." I sat down. This wasn't a joke. He wasn't imagining it. Or maybe he was, but it didn't feel that way. It felt like he was telling me something he'd accepted before he even had words for it. "She says you don't sleep right," he added. "Why not?" Jacob tilted his head. "Because you try to listen too hard." I didn't say anything after that. That night, I did something I shouldn't have. I turned the light off. Not to be brave. To test it. To see what would happen now that I knew more. Maybe I wanted to break the pattern. Maybe I just wanted to feel in control again. Whatever the reason, I flipped the switch and stood there in the dark hallway, letting the quiet press in around me. Jacob was already asleep. The apartment felt like it had swallowed its own breath. I waited. Nothing happened. No sound, no flicker, no shift in the air. I went to bed. I stared at the ceiling. And then I blinked. When I opened my eyes, the room was wrong. Not the objects, not the walls. The feeling. The hallway light was on again. But it wasn't the soft yellow it usually was. It looked brighter, too white, too still. I got up. The hallway was empty, but the air smelled like something had been there. Not perfume, not flowers. Old cloth. Dry skin, like a closet that hadn't been opened in years. I turned the light off and immediately regretted it. Because in that half second before darkness settled in, I saw the edge of something near the ceiling. It didn't move, but it was there. I turned the light back on. Gone. The next day, Jacob was quiet. He sat at the table drawing with crayons, working on something with slow, careful lines. I asked what he was making. He said, "A map." I looked. It wasn't a map. It was our apartment, drawn from above. 2 bedrooms, the bathroom, the living room, the kitchen, and the hallway. At the center of it, he'd drawn a tall figure with long arms stretched toward a circle he'd colored in yellow. "This is the light," he said, tapping the circle. "And who's that?" He looked up at me. "That's the quiet lady." I asked if she ever talks to him. He said, "She did once. She said I was too little." "For what?" "To see her the way you do." I asked what that meant. He didn't answer, just went back to coloring. That evening, I left the hallway light on again, and I whispered, just once, before going to bed, "I'm not trying to see you." I don't know why I said it, but I meant it. Maybe that matters. Because that night, I didn't wake up. I slept through until morning. When I opened my bedroom door, the hallway light was off. Jacob's door was still closed. But the smell, that dry cloth smell, was gone. The hallway was just a hallway again. For now, anyway. It's been quiet for 3 days now. I've kept the hallway light on every night. I make sure it stays on until morning. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and check it. Not because I'm afraid it's off, but because I need to see that warm yellow stillness for myself. That's how I know everything's still holding together. Jacob's been sleeping better too. No weird dreams, no strange drawings. He's been back to his usual self, asking for pancakes every morning, leaving his socks on the floor, giving me completely made-up facts about dinosaurs. But even in the calm, there's this edge. It's like we're living next to something, not with it. Like a thin wall was put up overnight, and on the other side of it, the quiet lady is waiting. Not angry, not gone, just there. I started leaving offerings. I don't know why I called them that. It's not like I read it somewhere or heard a voice tell me to. It just felt right. The first night, I left a cup of water under the hallway light. The next night, a little folded paper crane Jacob made during art class. Then a candle, unlit, just things, small, simple, respectful. Each morning they were exactly where I left them. Nothing moved, nothing taken, but the hallway always felt calm when I did it. I think she noticed. I told myself I wouldn't ask Jacob any more questions. I didn't want to make him carry this. But kids are strange. They always seem to know when something's happening, even if you try to protect them from it. This morning, while he was tying his shoes, he said it like he was telling me we were out of cereal. She doesn't come inside anymore. I looked up from my coffee. What do you mean? She stays in the corner now, near the ceiling. She doesn't reach for the light. My mouth felt dry. Did she say anything? Jacob shook his head. She's quieter than before. She's just waiting now. Waiting for what? He gave me a look like I should already know. For you to stop. I didn't press him. I walked him to school, gave him the usual high five at the gate, then walked the long way back home. I didn't want to go inside yet, not because anything felt wrong, just the opposite. It felt too right, like the house was holding its breath. When I finally got back, I stood in the hallway for a long time. Just standing, listening. The light hummed faintly overhead. The floor creaked the way it always does. The air smelled normal again. No dust, no cloth. Just the scent of laundry detergent from the pile of folded clothes in the living room. But the feeling that presence was still there. Less direct, but still watching, still present. I crouched down and picked up the little paper crane from the base of the wall. It was crumpled, not a lot, just enough to know it had been touched. I didn't tell Jacob. That night, after he was asleep, I sat in the hallway, right under the light. I didn't bring my phone, no tea, no music. Just me, sitting cross-legged on the floor like a kid at story time. And I talked, quietly, nothing dramatic, just thoughts, things I hadn't said out loud in a long time. I told her about Jacob's mom, how she left just after he turned 2, how I'd done everything I could to make up for that missing part, even though I knew I couldn't. I told her I wasn't sleeping much before she showed up, that I'd started dreading bedtime. Not because I was scared, but because I didn't want to keep doing the same empty routine, night after night, wondering if I was doing it wrong. I said I didn't mean to see her, that I wasn't trying to catch her or expose her or scare her away, that I just didn't understand, and I panicked. The words felt strange as I said them, like I was speaking into water. But I kept going. I said thank you for keeping the light on. I said I was trying to keep my son safe, and that if she was too, then maybe we didn't have to be at odds. I said I would stop watching, that she didn't need to hide anymore. Then I sat in silence, and for the first time, I felt her there, not behind me, not above me, not in the corners, but beside me. Not close, not threatening, just near, like someone sitting in the next room, listening without needing to answer. When I went to bed that night, I left the hallway light on again. I slept the whole way through. No dreams, no whispers. In the morning, Jacob was already up. He was sitting at the kitchen table, drawing again. I asked what he was working on. He turned the page around. It was our hallway, drawn from the side this time. The light was still there, bright and yellow. But instead of the figure with long arms, he'd drawn two shapes. One was small, sitting on the floor. The other was taller, sitting beside it. Neither had faces, just outlines. Together, I kept thinking it was over. That whatever had been happening with the hallway light had settled into something harmless, something we could live with. Not normal exactly, but manageable. Like a house guest who knows to keep quiet after dark. But nothing ever just stops. Not really. Things shift. They wait. And when you stop paying attention, they lean back in. It started again 2 nights ago. I was in bed, almost asleep, when I heard the hallway light click off. Just like that. Soft and sharp, like a fingernail flicking a switch. I froze. I hadn't moved. I hadn't touched anything. Jacob was asleep. I sat up and stared at the crack under the door. Dark. Not dim, not glowing. Just black. I waited, hoping I'd hear it come back on. It didn't. I got up slowly, opened the door. The hallway was still dark, but it didn't feel empty. The air was too still, too held, like the moment before a storm hits, when the wind disappears and the trees go stiff. I didn't step forward. Instead, I whispered, "You can turn it back on." Nothing. I took one more step, barefoot on that creaky patch of floor. Then the light snapped on again. Not slowly, not with a flicker. Like someone had been waiting for me to ask. I stood there for a while, looking up at the bulb, at the ceiling around it. There was nothing there. No shadow. No movement. But the feeling was back, that soft pressure in the chest, that knowing. She was watching again. Not angry. Just closer. Jacob asked about it the next morning. We were walking to the car, and he said, "She turned it off last night." I looked at him. "She doesn't usually do that, right?" "No," he said, "but she wanted to see if you'd notice." "Why?" He shrugged. "She's checking." "For what?" Jacob climbed into his seat and buckled the strap. "She wants to know if you still believe she's there." That stayed with me the whole day. I barely worked. I answered emails without reading them. I kept looking toward the hallway from the kitchen table like I expected something to be standing there. When I picked Jacob up, his teacher told me he'd been quiet during story time, that he was fine, just distracted. I didn't tell her why. That night, I turned the hallway light on early. Before dinner, just left it on like it was part of the routine. Jacob didn't say anything, just nodded once, like he understood. After he went to bed, I waited again. Same place, same posture. Sitting cross-legged under the light, just like I had before. And I spoke. Not much, just a few words, simple things. "I'm still here. I'm trying. I believe you." The air stayed steady. The light didn't flicker. But I swear, just for a second I felt something shift behind me. like a change in gravity, a tilt in the floor. It passed, but not completely. Something else started that week. Not at night, during the day. Little things at first. I'd leave a cup in the sink and come back to find it on the counter. The bathroom door would be open after I was sure I closed it. A drawer in the hallway would be half open without anyone touching it. Jacob started humming in his room. The same melody over and over. Low, wordless. When I asked him what it was, he said, "I don't know. I just hear it." From where? The hallway. The next night, I heard it too. Not from Jacob's room. From the wall. Like a slow breath set to music. A lullaby with no words. Soft. Almost kind. I should have been scared. But I wasn't. Not yet. Not until the photo frame started turning. Just a little. Enough to notice. The one of Jacob at the zoo. The one of me and him at the park. The one of my sister holding him when he was a baby. All tilted, ever so slightly inward. Toward the hallway. I fixed them. Next day, they were tilted again. I didn't say anything. I just kept putting them back. I didn't want to insult her. That's what I was thinking now. Her. Not it. Not the thing. But her. A presence with intent, with rhythm, with eyes I couldn't see but always felt. I started to wonder if this had ever really been about the light, or if the light was just the easiest way in, the safest start. A switch, a moment, a routine. I started noticing the time again. Not always 3:12. Sometimes 3:15, sometimes just after 3. But always in that hour when everything feels thinnest. The hallway light would flicker. Not off. Not broken. Just a twitch. Like something brushing past. Jacob noticed too. He told me she was walking now. Not just standing. Not just watching. "Where does she go?" I asked. He pointed at the wall behind the light. "She goes through there. There's nothing back there." He looked at me. Not for us. That night, I left the light off. Not out of defiance. To see what she'd do. I told Jacob before bed. He didn't cry. He just asked if I was going to stay up. I said yes. I sat in the hallway again, this time in the dark, and I waited. At 3:12 the light came on, but not from the switch, from the bulb, like someone touched it directly and filled it from the inside. And in that light, I saw something different. Not a shadow, not a shape, a handprint on the ceiling. Faint, long-fingered, right above me. The handprint faded by morning. I checked as soon as the sun came up, stood right under the hallway light and stared at the ceiling. No mark, no smudge, just that off-white paint we've never gotten around to touching up. But I know what I saw, and I know she left it there on purpose. Not to scare me, to let me know she was close, closer than she'd ever been. That day, I kept Jacob home from school, told the office he had a cough. It wasn't a lie, not really. He was quiet all morning, curled up on the couch with a blanket, not sick, but not quite right either. Like something was keeping him in a softer gear. I asked if he wanted to talk about the hallway. He shook his head. "She's not mad," he said. "She's just waiting." Waiting for what? He didn't answer. I made him grilled cheese and apple slices for lunch. He only ate half. We spent the afternoon building a dinosaur fort out of couch cushions and bed sheets, the kind of thing we used to do when he was smaller, before things started feeling heavy in the house. It helped. For a little while it helped. That night, he fell asleep early. I didn't. I sat on the floor in the hallway again, back to the wall, looking up at the light. I didn't speak. I didn't ask. I just sat. And around 3 a.m, the air changed. No footsteps. No flicker. Just that slow, gentle shift. Like someone had come into the room barefoot, not wanting to wake anyone. The bulb above me hummed louder. The light grew a little warmer. And I felt her. Not next to me. Not behind me. Through me. Like I was being seen all the way through. Like I was a window, not a wall. I didn't move. Didn't breathe too loud. And then I spoke. "I know you've been watching," I said. Nothing answered, but the hallway felt heavier. "I don't want to stop you," I said. "I just want to understand what you want." The light above me buzzed once. A pop like pressure in the glass. Then the silence again. I sat there until I heard Jacob stir in his room. When I checked on him, he was sitting up. Not scared. Just alert. "She's done now," he whispered. "Done with what?" "Watching you sleep." I knelt beside the bed. "What does that mean?" Jacob looked at the wall behind me, not my face. "She wanted to make sure you wouldn't leave." I felt something catch in my throat. "I wouldn't leave you," I said. "Why would she think that?" Jacob pulled the blanket up to his chin. "Because you were starting to forget." That hit me hard. Not because it didn't make sense. Because it made too much. There had been nights more than I wanted to admit where I'd sat alone after Jacob went to bed and stared at nothing, wondering if I could keep doing it all. The work, the bills, the loneliness. The shape of the days all blending together, sharp and empty and constant. Maybe something had noticed. Something old, something waiting in the quiet. "She only comes when the light is off," Jacob whispered, "but she never turns it on unless she thinks you're not okay." I didn't cry, but I sat there longer than I should have, holding his hand, thinking about everything I'd tried not to feel. In the morning, the hallway light was still on. I turned it off. It didn't flicker. Nothing moved. The handprint never came back. We went back to normal after that. Or our version of it. Jacob still talks about her sometimes, not with fear, almost like she's a neighbor who moved away, someone who left behind a bit of her presence, but took the weight with her. I asked him once what he thought she really was. He said, "I think she used to be someone, Like a person? He nodded. But now she's not a person anymore. She's just the part that makes sure people are okay. I asked why she picked us. He shrugged. Because you needed a hallway. I laughed at that. But deep down I understood. There's something about being seen that matters, even by something you don't understand, maybe especially then. We don't leave the light on anymore. Not always. Only when one of us feels off. If Jacob wakes up and says the air feels heavy, we flip it on and leave it. If I find myself drifting again, not sad, just hollow, I sit in the hallway for a bit. And sometimes I feel the weight lift. Just a little. Just enough. There's no haunting now. No footsteps, no arms from the ceiling, no strange lullabies. Just the memory of someone who stepped into the quiet when no one else could. She didn't want to be seen. She didn't want to be thanked. She just wanted to be noticed. And now that she has been, now that the light is ours again, she's moved on. Not gone. Not lost. Just finished. The sun beat down on the sprawling flea market, casting long shadows across the worn asphalt lot. I wiped sweat from my brow, squinting through the haze of early summer heat. My press badge hung heavy around my neck, a reminder of tomorrow's deadline looming over me like a guillotine blade. 3 months at the Chronicle, and still nothing but coffee runs and obituaries. This puff piece on local treasures and what flea markets say about our community was not exactly award material, but it was a step up, maybe. I had already spent 2 hours photographing vintage lamps and interviewing elderly women about their depression glass collections. My recorder had captured their trembling voices describing pieces just like Grandma used to have, the kind of wholesome, forgettable content that filled page 16 when the ad space did not sell. That is when I saw it. The electronics table tucked in the far corner of the market, a mountain of tangled cords, obsolete devices, and forgotten technology. The kind of place where I might find something that did not scream, "I am a broke journalist making do with hand-me-downs." The vendor did not look up as I approached. He sat hunched on a metal folding chair, thumbing through a paperback with yellowed pages. Sweat stains bloomed beneath his armpits, spreading across his faded flannel despite the heat. His face remained shadowed beneath a trucker cap pulled low. "Find anything interesting?" he asked without looking up. His voice had a sandpaper quality, like he gargled with gravel each morning. "Just browsing," I replied, picking through a box of digital cameras with cracked screens and missing buttons. That is when I spotted it. A voice recorder nestled between a broken game console and an old brick phone, not the cheap plastic one from the office supply store that constantly jammed. This was professional grade. Black metal casing, substantial weight, with a small display screen and proper condenser mic attachment, the kind actual journalists used. "How much?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual, holding up the recorder. He finally looked up. His eyes were pale, almost colorless in the shadow of his cap brim. $20, he said. Then his lips quirked up slightly. "It works. Battery is good too." I turned it over in my hands. Sony professional recorder, retailed new for around $500. Even used, They went for at least 100 online. The device showed some wear. A few scratches along the metal casing, a small dent on one corner, but nothing serious. "Mind if I test it?" I asked. He shrugged. "Be my guest." I pressed the power button, pleasantly surprised when the display lit up. Battery at 72%, better than my phone. I hit record, spoke a quick, "Testing, 1, 2, 3, and played it back. Crystal clear audio, no buzz or hiss. "Sold," I said, digging for my wallet. Maybe with equipment like this, I would finally get assigned something meaningful. Maybe Richards would see me using professional gear and think I deserved professional assignments. As I handed over the 20, our fingers brushed. His were ice cold despite the heat. He held onto the bill a moment too long, staring at me with those pale eyes. "Enjoy," he said finally. "Got a lot of memories stored on that one." "Oh yeah." I turned the recorder over again. "I will probably just format it." "Might want to listen first," he suggested, returning to his book. "Never know what you might learn." Something about his tone made the hair on my arms stand up, but I nodded and pocketed the recorder, chalking it up to flea market weirdness. Every vendor had their quirks. Part of the charm I was supposed to be writing about. I spent another hour at the market, completing interviews for my article, but the recorder sat heavy in my pocket the whole time. Something about the vendor's suggestion kept nagging at me. The way he had said it, like he was letting me in on a secret. Back in my car, air conditioning blasting against the summer heat, I pulled out the recorder again. 5 audio files, each numbered 1 through 5. The oldest dated 3 months back, the most recent just last week. My finger hovered over the play button. Ethically, I knew I should just delete them. Someone's private recordings were not mine to hear. But I was a journalist, was I not? Curiosity was practically in the job description. I pressed play on the first file. A man's voice filled my car, casual, conversational. "Testing, testing, new recorder. Let us see how this picks up." A woman laughed in the background. "You and your gadgets, Tyler." Her voice was warm, affectionate. "Hey, Rebecca, come closer to the mic. Tell me about your day." The woman, Rebecca, sighed playfully. "You know about my day. You were there for most of it. Humor me. I want to test this thing's range." Rebecca launched into a story about a difficult client at her design firm. Her voice was animated, moving around the space as she talked. The recorder caught everything perfectly. Her footsteps, the clink of ice in a glass, even the subtle change in acoustics when she moved between rooms. I listened, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. This was mundane, personal stuff, nothing sensational, just a slice of someone's private life. I should stop. But then the man, Tyler, asked a question that made me freeze. If someone disappeared, how long do you think it would take for people to really start looking? Rebecca laughed, but it sounded uncertain. What kind of question is that? Just curious. You always say nobody at your office appreciates you. If you did not show up one day, how long before someone filed a report? Tyler, that is morbid. It is hypothetical, part of my novel research. A pause. I do not know. A few days, maybe? My sister would notice if I did not answer texts. Tyler said. Interesting. The recording ended there. I sat back, uneasy. It was probably nothing. Just a writer working on a thriller, testing dialogue. But something in Tyler's tone left me cold despite the summer heat blasting through my windows. My phone buzzed with a text from my editor. "Where is that flea market copy? Deadline is tomorrow morning." I started the car, telling myself I would listen to the rest later. But as I pulled away, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The electronics vendor stood at the edge of the parking lot, watching my car. Even from this distance, I could feel those pale eyes following me. He raised his hand in a small wave as I drove away. It was not until I was halfway home that I realized. I had never told him my name, but he had watched me the entire time I browsed his wares, almost like he had been waiting for me specifically. Almost like he had known exactly what I would buy. I could not sleep that night. The voice recorder sat on my nightstand, its small power light glowing in the darkness like a watchful eye. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the vendor standing in the parking lot, hand raised in that knowing wave. Around 3 a.m, I gave up on sleep. I switched on my lamp, grabbed the recorder, and settled back against my headboard. My finger hovered over the play button for the second file. I told myself I was being ridiculous. They were just recordings, probably nothing sinister at all. But that question about disappearing kept echoing in my head. I pressed play. The second recording started with music playing softly in the background, classical, something with violins that I did not recognize. Tyler spoke first. "Rebecca, come sit down. I made dinner." "It smells amazing." Her voice was closer to the recorder this time. "You did not have to go to all this trouble. 3 months together deserves a celebration." The clink of silverware against plates, the gentle pour of wine into glasses. They talked about normal things, work stress, a movie they had seen, plans for the weekend. I almost turned it off again, feeling like a voyeur in their intimate moment. Then Rebecca asked, "So what were you writing earlier? You were so focused." "Just some ideas for the novel." "The thriller? The one about the serial killer?" "Yes. I think I might have figured out the perfect murder method." Rebecca laughed. "Should I be worried?" "Of course not." Tyler's voice was light, but something about it made me tense. "But theoretically, if you wanted to get away with murder, what would you do?" "I do not know. I have never thought about it." "Come on, everyone has thought about it." "Well, not me." Rebecca's tone had cooled slightly. "It is a bit morbid for dinner conversation." "Just humor me. Writer research." A pause. Then Rebecca sighed. "Fine. If I had to kill someone and get away with it, I would probably make it look like an accident, like maybe they fell downstairs or something. Too obvious. Police look for that. What about poison? Something untraceable. Do those even exist? Sure. Certain plant toxins break down quickly in the body. No trace after 48 hours. The conversation continued in this vein, growing increasingly detailed. My stomach turned as Tyler described methods with an enthusiasm that seemed beyond simple research. Rebecca grew quieter, only occasionally murmuring responses. Finally, she said, "Can we talk about something else? This is making me uncomfortable." "Sorry." Tyler did not sound sorry, just got carried away with the creative process. The recording continued for a few more minutes of stilted conversation before ending. I sat in my bed, staring at the recorder. The timestamp showed the file had been recorded 2.5 months ago. I picked up my phone. It was nearly 4 in the morning, but I did not care. I searched Rebecca Designer Missing and added our city name. Nothing relevant came up. I tried various combinations of search terms: Rebecca Designer, Rebecca Missing, recent disappearances women. Nothing that seemed connected to the woman on the recording. I put the phone down, feeling foolish. Of course there was nothing. I was letting my imagination run away with me. Just because some guy was interested in murder methods for his novel did not make him a killer. I had nearly convinced myself of this when my phone chimed with a text message. Unknown number. Enjoying the recordings? My blood went cold. I stared at the message, then back at the recorder. Had the vendor somehow tracked me through it? Was there some kind of GPS in the device I had not noticed? My fingers trembled as I typed back, "Who is this?" 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Finally, "Just curious if you've listened to all the files yet. They get better. How did you get this number?" Press badge, easy to read from where I was sitting. I remembered the badge hanging around my neck at the flea market. My full name and phone number were printed on it. Standard policy for journalists on assignment. "What is on those recordings?" I typed. "Listen and find out." I should have turned the recorder off, deleted the files, called the police maybe. Instead, I picked it up again and pressed play on the 3rd file. This one started differently. No music, no casual conversation. Just the sound of a door opening and closing, footsteps, a man clearing his throat, Tyler. Rebecca and I had a fight. His voice was lower than before. Controlled. She did not like the questions I was asking yesterday. Said I was obsessed. Said my novel research was getting creepy. He laughed softly. If only she knew. More footsteps, the sound of a refrigerator opening and closing, the clink of ice in a glass. She does not understand the creative process, the need to immerse yourself in your subject, to truly understand what you are writing about. A long pause. The sound of liquid being poured. I have decided to show her, to make her understand. My heart pounded in my chest. This was crossing a line from unsettling into something else entirely. I put something in her wine tonight. Just a mild sedative, nothing dangerous, just enough to make her sleepy. Then I will explain everything, make her understand what I am trying to accomplish. I nearly dropped the recorder. This was not research. This was not fiction. This was a confession, or a plan. The recording continued with mundane sounds, water running, glasses clinking, occasional muttered comments too quiet to make out, then a doorbell. "She is here." Tyler's voice was eager. Time to begin. The sound of a door opening, Rebecca's voice, bright but with an edge of wariness. "Hey, I got your text. You said you wanted to talk?" "Come in. I poured you some wine, the red you like." "Thanks. Look, about yesterday, I am sorry if I came across harsh. I just think sometimes you get too deep into your work and forget the line between fiction and reality." No apology needed. I understand completely. That is actually what I wanted to talk about crossing lines. Their voices moved around the space, The recorder must have been set down somewhere central. I could hear them clearly, could track their movements through the apartment. Rebecca asking questions about his novel. Tyler answering vaguely, always steering her back to her wine. "You seem tired," he said eventually. "I do feel a bit strange. Maybe the wine was not a good idea on an empty stomach. Here, sit down. Let me get you some water." Shuffling sounds, Rebecca's voice growing fainter. "Tyler, I feel really dizzy. What was in that wine?" "Just something to help you relax, so we can have an honest conversation." "I do not understand." Her words were slurred now. "What are you doing?" "Creating art," Tyler said simply. "The most authentic art comes from real experience. You will help me understand my character better. The victim, the fear, the desperation." "Tyler, this is not funny." Panic had entered her voice, though muted by whatever drug he had given her. "I want to go home." "But you are going to help me with my research, Rebecca. Just a few more questions." The recording ended abruptly. I sat frozen, clutching the device in my sweaty palm. This was not a novel. This was real, and based on the dates, it had happened just 2 months ago. I picked up my phone again, the text conversation with the unknown number still open. "These are real, are not they?" I typed. The reply came instantly. "Keep listening. You are only halfway through the story." I should have called the police right then, should have handed everything over, but something kept me from doing it. The journalist in me, perhaps, the need to know the whole story. Or perhaps it was fear, the knowledge that whoever had sent me that text message knew exactly who I was and where to find me. My finger hovered over the play button for recording number 4. Sleep never came that night. The voice recorder taunted me from the nightstand, its power light blinking like a tiny heartbeat in my dark bedroom. Every creak in my apartment building made me jump. Twice I got up to check that my door was locked. Morning light finally spilled through my blinds. I looked like hell in the bathroom mirror, bloodshot eyes, stubble crawling across my jaw. My editor would be expecting that flea market piece on his desk in 3 hours. Fuck the flea market piece. I called in sick. Richards grumbled, but didn't push it. 3 months of perfect attendance had earned me 1 mental health day. After a scalding shower and 2 cups of black coffee, I sat at my kitchen table with the recorder. Part of me wanted to drive straight to the police station. Drop this cursed thing on some detective's desk and walk away. Let the professionals handle it. But what would I say? Some creepy guy sold me a recorder with what sounds like evidence of a crime, but I don't know the full names of the people involved or where they live. And by the way, I think the seller might be stalking me now. They'd laugh me out the door. No, I needed more information. Concrete details the police could act on. The 4th recording might have names, addresses, something useful. I hit play. This recording started with the sound of shuffling, then a door opening, heavy breathing. "Testing," Tyler's voice whispered. "Day 1 of the experiment." The rustle of movement, a soft moan, barely audible. Subject is secure, minimal bruising from restraints, still heavily sedated. More shuffling, the sound of a chair scraping across floor. "Rebecca, can you hear me? Blink if you can hear me." A pause. "Good. This will be easier if you cooperate. The sedative should wear off soon. Then we can begin. Rebecca made a muffled sound like she was trying to speak through something covering her mouth. I know you're confused, scared. That's natural. But this is important work we're doing. Art requires sacrifice. The recorder picked up what sounded like Rebecca struggling against restraints, the panicked breathing through her nose, small, desperate sounds from her throat. I'm going to remove the gag now. No one will hear you if you scream. My apartment is soundproofed. Writer's necessity, you understand. A ripping sound, tape being pulled away. Rebecca gasped. Tyler, please. Whatever this is, it isn't funny anymore. Let me go. This isn't a joke, Rebecca. This is research, the most authentic kind. Research for what? Your stupid book? Her voice cracked. People are going to look for me. My sister knows I was coming here. Does she? Check your phone. The text canceling our plans came from you, as did the message to your boss about taking a spontaneous vacation. Everyone thinks you're on a beach in Florida right now. Silence, except for Rebecca's increasingly panicked breathing. You're insane, she finally whispered. No, I'm committed to authenticity. Do you know how many crime thrillers get the details wrong? The psychology, the progression of fear. I won't make those mistakes. Tyler, you don't have to do this. We can forget this happened. I won't tell anyone. His laugh sent chills down my spine. We've barely started, Rebecca. Let me show you something. Footsteps, the sound of metal items being arranged on a hard surface. What is that? Terror made her voice rise. Please, Tyler, please don't. Just tools for our research. Today we're studying fear, pure unfiltered fear. I need to document its progression, how it manifests physically, the changes in your voice. Your breathing, your pleas. She began to sob. The sound of it raw, primal terror made my stomach clench. I nearly turned off the recorder right there, but I forced myself to keep listening. Let's begin, Tyler said, his tone clinical. Tell me how you're feeling right now. Be specific. Fuck you. A sharp slap. Rebecca cried out. That's not helpful. Let's try again. Describe your fear. Silence, except for her ragged breathing. Rebecca, cooperation makes this easier for both of us. My heart, she finally whispered. It feels like it's going to explode. My mouth is dry. I can't think straight. Good. Physical manifestations of acute fear. Now on a scale of 1 to 10. Why are you doing this? She interrupted. I thought you loved me. Tyler sighed like a disappointed teacher. This isn't about love, Rebecca. It's about art, about truth. You'll help me create something authentic, something real. You're recording this, aren't you? Her voice changed, a horrifying realization dawning. This is for your precious fucking book. Very perceptive. Yes, everything is being documented. For posterity. The sound of metal scraping against metal came through the recorder. What's that? Tyler, what are you doing? Please, please don't. The recording cut off abruptly. I realized I was gripping the edge of my table so hard my knuckles had turned white. My phone buzzed. Another text from the unknown number. Fourth recording getting interesting, isn't it? The fifth is the best. The finale. My hands shook as I typed. Who are you? Why did you give me this? Just a fan of your work. Thought a real journalist might appreciate a real story. This isn't a story. It's evidence of a crime. Is it? Or creative fiction? Hard to tell these days. Did you hurt Rebecca? I'm just the middleman. The recorder finds its way to people who'll appreciate it. That didn't make any sense. The recorder finds its way. What the hell does that mean? Some things want to be heard. I dropped my phone like it had burned me. This was crazy. All of it. Yet the fourth recording had sounded so real. Rebecca's terror hadn't been acted. No one was that good. I opened my laptop and tried more focused searches. Rebecca designer missing plus our city name, nothing. Recent disappearances women, plus neighboring cities. A few results, but nothing matching Rebecca's description from what little I knew. I even tried Tyler Ryder with various combinations of crime and thriller, thinking he might be published somewhere. Again, nothing useful. Maybe they used fake names on the recordings, but why would they? If these were real, if Tyler had actually done those things to Rebecca, why document it with their real names? Unless he never expected anyone else to hear the recordings. Or unless he wanted someone to hear them eventually. My phone buzzed again. Ready for the finale? I ignored it. Instead, I tried one more search. Voice recorder. John. Murder evidence. John. Flea market. To my shock, results appeared. 3 of them, spanning the past 5 years. The first was a local news article from a small town 2 states over. Local man arrested after flea market purchase leads to murder investigation. The second was a Reddit post titled, "Creepy voice recorder I bought has what sounds like someone being murdered on it. What should I do?" The third was a blog post by a woman named Maria Chen, the voice recorder that almost cost me my life. I clicked on Maria's blog first. The post was long, rambling. She described buying a high-end voice recorder at a swap meet, finding recordings on it, a man and woman talking. The conversations growing increasingly disturbing, the woman's distress escalating with each recording. By the final recording, Maria wrote, I was listening to what sounded like her murder. The man kept saying, "No one will ever hear this." Then there was this awful wet sound, then silence. My blood turned to ice water. Maria continued. The worst part came after. The texts from an unknown number. Someone watching me. I went to the police, but they couldn't trace the number. Couldn't find any evidence of the people on the recordings. Said it was probably an elaborate prank. Then someone broke into my apartment. I got home just as they were leaving. Never saw their face, but they'd left something on my bed, a new voice recorder, brand new. With a note, "Your turn." Maria ended her post writing that she'd moved to another state, changed her name, never told anyone where she'd gone. The date on the blog post, 6 months ago. My phone buzzed again. I looked down at it, my mouth dry as sand. Time for the 5th recording, the grand finale. Against every instinct screaming at me to run, to call the police, to throw the recorder away, I picked it up and pressed play on the 5th and final file. Even before I heard the first sounds, I knew exactly what was on it, what had to be on it. And I knew what the wet sound would be. My pulse throbbed in my fingertips as they hovered over the play button. Sweat beaded along my hairline despite the air conditioning blasting through my apartment. The weight of what I was about to hear pressed down on my chest, making each breath shallow and quick. Before pressing play, I grabbed my phone and called the police. Enough playing detective. This was beyond me now. The dispatcher answered with practiced calmness. I tried explaining, words tumbling out too fast, too frantic about the recorder, the apparent documentation of torture, possibly murder. "Sir, do you have any names or addresses where this alleged crime took place?" "No, but..." "Any identifying information about the victim or perpetrator? Full names? Workplaces?" "Just first names. Tyler and Rebecca. She works at a design firm, but I don't know which one." A pause. "And these recordings were purchased second-hand at a flea market?" The skepticism in her voice was unmistakable. "Yes, but there are others who found recorders like this. I found blog posts." "Sir, we can send an officer to take a report, but without actionable information, there's not much we can do. It could be an elaborate prank or an art project." An art project. Tyler's words about authentic art echoed in my head. "So that's it. You won't do anything. File a report. If you discover any concrete information about a crime, contact us immediately." She took my information and hung up, leaving me with nothing but a case number and the recorder still sitting on my table. The walls seemed to press inward. My kitchen felt suddenly too small, too exposed. I paced back and forth, checking window locks, peering through blinds at the street below. Was someone watching my apartment right now? Was Tyler out there, or whoever had sold me the recorder? My phone buzzed again, the same unknown number. "Listen to the recording. You'll want to hear how it ends." The hairs rose on the back of my neck. Pins and needles crawled down my arms. I needed answers, damn it. I snatched up the recorder and jabbed the play button for the 5th file. Silence at first, then shuffling, the sound of a door opening and closing, footsteps approaching. Day 7, Tyler's voice, more excited than in previous recordings. Subject shows remarkable resilience, still holding on to hope, fascinating from a psychological perspective. A whimper in the background, Rebecca's voice, hoarse from screaming or dehydration or both. "Please, water." Of course, footsteps, the sound of pouring liquid. Here. Gulping sounds, desperate and animal-like. "Thank you," Rebecca whispered. Her voice was different now, flat, mechanical, the voice of someone whose terror had crystallized into something else entirely, something like resignation. "You're welcome. See? Cooperation makes things easier. My family, they have to be looking by now." "Nobody's looking, Rebecca. Your sister received texts from your phone about extending your vacation. Your boss got an email about a family emergency. Everyone thinks you're exactly where you're supposed to be." "How long?" Her voice cracked. "How long are you going to keep me here?" "Until the experiment is complete." "What experiment? You keep saying that, but you won't tell me what you're studying." Tyler sighed. "I suppose there's no harm in explaining now. My novel needs authenticity. I'm documenting the stages of captivity, the psychological breakdown, how hope dies, how the mind fractures under prolonged fear and isolation." A chilling pause. "But most importantly, I'm documenting what happens when someone realizes they're going to die. Rebecca's breathing quickened. You're going to kill me. Not a question, a realization. Yes, eventually, when I have everything I need. The stark honesty turned my legs to jelly. I sank onto my kitchen floor, back against the cabinets, recorder clutched in my trembling hand. You can't do this. You'll get caught. Rebecca's voice had gained a desperate edge. Killers always make mistakes. You're recording everything. That's evidence. Tyler laughed a normal, pleasant laugh that now sounded deranged in context. Who would ever hear these recordings? They'll be destroyed when I'm finished. All except the last one. Why keep the last one? Because sometimes we need reminders of what we're capable of, the depths we can reach when we commit fully to our art. Their voices continued, Rebecca begging, Tyler explaining his process with detached enthusiasm. I listened, teeth clamped so tight my jaw ached, as he described what would happen to her recordings after her death. I'll wipe them all clean, then I'll sell the recorder at some second-hand shop, some flea market, let it start its journey again. Again? Rebecca's voice was barely audible. You've done this before. The recorder finds its way to people who'll appreciate it, people like me, people who understand what real art demands. My stomach lurched. The recorder finds its way, the same phrase from the text messages. Was Tyler the one texting me now, or someone else? How many were there? The recording continued with sounds of movement, metal clinking against metal again, Rebecca whimpering. Today we'll be testing pain thresholds, Tyler said, clinical once more. I need to document realistic reactions for my protagonist. Tyler, please. Rebecca's voice rose in desperation. This isn't you. This can't be you. The man I knew was just the surface. This is the real me, Rebecca. The artist beneath the mask. What followed were sounds I'll never forget. Rebecca's screams built slowly at first, then rose to a pitch that tore through my head like physical pain. I scrambled to lower the volume, but couldn't look away from the recorder, couldn't stop listening, as if somehow by bearing witness I could retroactively save her. The screaming eventually stopped, replaced by ragged breathing, sobs. Excellent, Tyler murmured. Very authentic. The recording continued with merciful stretches of silence, broken by occasional questions from Tyler, reactions from Rebecca that grew weaker, more distant. Then his tone changed, became contemplative. I think we're approaching the finale, Rebecca. You've given me everything I needed. The progression has been perfect. Please, she whispered, so faintly the recorder barely picked it up. Let me go. I won't tell anyone. You know I can't do that. Then just kill me. Stop dragging it out. A pause. Are you afraid to die, Rebecca? Yes. A single broken syllable. Tell me why. Because I don't want to disappear. I don't want to be nothing. You won't be nothing. You'll be art, immortalized in my work, the most authentic victim ever captured on the page. Footsteps approached. The sound of Rebecca's breathing quickened. What are you doing, Tyler? Shh, he soothed. It's time for the final scene. No, wait, please. Her voice cut off in a gasp. Then she spoke again, slower, confused. What did you? Just something to make the transition easier. You'll feel sleepy soon. You said, her words were slurring now, you said no one would ever hear this. My ears rang. The exact phrase from the prompt. You said no one would ever hear this. No one who matters, Tyler replied softly. Silence stretched. Rebecca's breathing slowed, grew shallow. Then came the sound, a long, wet gurgle, the sound of someone drowning in their own blood. After that, silence, footsteps, the rustle of movement. Guess I'll need a new one, Tyler's voice, casual as commenting on the weather. I hope they like flea markets. The recording ended. I barely made it to the bathroom before vomiting, acid burning my throat. When I straightened, spots dancing in my vision, my phone was buzzing on the kitchen table. I staggered back and looked at the screen. Now you understand. The recorder chose you, just like it chose me. My fingers trembled so badly I could barely type. Who are you? A link in the chain, a keeper of the tradition. What tradition? Murder. Art, the most authentic kind. The recorder finds those with potential, those who understand what real creation requires. I wanted to fling the phone across the room. Instead, I typed, "You're insane." We thought that too at first. Everyone does. But you'll come around. They always do. They? Others who found the recorder, who heard its stories, who understood what comes next. And what comes next? The response took longer this time. Finally, you find someone. You make your own recordings. You pass the recorder on. The tradition continues. My legs gave out. I slid down the wall to the floor, phone clutched in my sweating hand. And if I don't? Then someone finds you instead. Like I found Tyler when he hesitated. Like someone will find you if you break the chain. I looked up at my apartment windows. Were the blinds arranged exactly as I'd left them? Was that shadow outside normal? You're watching me right now, aren't you? I typed. The reply came instantly. Always. The recorder must be passed on. The tradition must continue. I looked back at the voice recorder sitting on my kitchen table, its small red light blinking steadily, waiting. What if I go to the police? With what? A recorder full of what could be performance art? A text conversation with an untraceable number? Others have tried. Check the blog posts. See what happened to them. Maria Chen's words flashed through my mind. Someone broke into my apartment, left a new voice recorder with a note, "Your turn." My phone buzzed with a new message. "Time to start recording, journalist. You have the perfect voice for it." 5 days passed in a blur of paranoia. I barely slept, barely ate. The curtains stayed drawn. I called in sick to work until Richards threatened my job. Even then, I only filed the flea market story remotely, a sanitized piece about community and nostalgia that made no mention of electronics vendors with pale eyes. The voice recorder sat inside a shoebox, buried under winter clothes in my closet. Out of sight, but never out of mind. The texts kept coming. Time to start recording. Choose someone, anyone. The tradition must continue. I stopped responding after day 2, started documenting everything instead. Screenshots of the texts, photos of the recorder, notes about the recordings, timestamps, direct quotes, everything a good journalist would collect. On day 5, I made my decision. Not to become a killer, not to continue whatever sick chain this was, but to break it. The police had been useless on my first attempt. This time, I needed to be smarter. I needed evidence they couldn't dismiss. I dug out the business card of a detective I'd interviewed for a piece on property crime last year. Detective Mercer. She'd been straightforward, competent. Most importantly, she'd taken me seriously. I called her personal number, not the station. "Mercer," she answered on the 3rd ring. "This is Alex Moore from the Chronicle. We met last year for that series on apartment break-ins." "I remember. What can I do for you, Moore?" "I need to talk to you. Off the record, at least initially. It's about a murder." A pause. "You reporting a crime or working on a story?" "Both. Maybe. I have evidence, but it's complicated." To her credit, she agreed to meet me at a coffee shop downtown. Public enough to be safe, private enough for conversation. I arrived early, chose a corner table with my back to the wall, ordered coffee I couldn't taste. My eyes scanned every customer, every passerby on the street outside. Was one of them watching me? Following me? Detective Mercer arrived right on time, plain clothes, but I spotted the subtle bulge of her shoulder holster under her jacket. She sat across from me, ordered a black coffee, and got straight to business. "So what's this evidence of murder?" I pulled out my phone, loaded with the screenshots, and a USB drive containing copies of all 5 audio recordings. I bought a voice recorder at a flea market 5 days ago. It contained recordings of a woman being held captive and eventually murdered. And now whoever sold it to me is sending threatening messages, implying I need to kill someone else and pass the recorder on. To her credit, she didn't immediately dismiss me. Her expression remained neutral as I walked her through everything: the recordings, the texts, the blog posts from others who'd found similar recorders. She listened to portions of the audio files. Her face darkened at the 5th recording, especially at the wet, gurgling sound near the end. "Have you received any direct threats?" she asked. "Anything specific saying they'll harm you if you don't comply?" "Just vague implications, that someone will find me if I break the chain." She nodded slowly. "So we're looking at potential murder, stalking, and criminal coercion." She pocketed the USB drive. "I'll need the original recorder as evidence." "It's at my apartment." "Then let's go get it." The walk to my apartment building took less than 10 minutes. I felt safer with Mercer beside me, her alert eyes scanning the street periodically. Still, my key shook as I unlocked the building's front door. In the elevator, she asked, "Have you noticed anyone following you? Any unfamiliar vehicles or people hanging around your building?" "I've barely left my apartment since finding the recordings, but I feel watched constantly." The elevator doors opened on my floor. We walked down the hallway, my anxiety spiking with each step. What if someone had broken in while I was gone? What if they were waiting inside? But my door was still locked. Everything inside looked untouched. I went straight to the closet, dug out the shoebox, and handed Mercer the recorder. "I need to document this properly," she said, taking photos of the recorder with her phone. Chain of custody is critical if this becomes evidence in a criminal case. As she worked, I glanced at my own phone. 3 new text messages from the unknown number. "What are you doing? Who is that with you?" This isn't how it works. I showed Mercer the messages. Her expression hardened. "They're watching your building," she said quietly. "Probably right now." My throat constricted. What do we do? We use it to our advantage. She pulled out her own phone. "I'm calling for backup and a tech team. Whoever this is, they've made a mistake. Texts can be traced. Surveillance means they're physically nearby." While she made the call, I peeked through my blinds at the street below. Cars, pedestrians, nothing obviously suspicious, but they could be anywhere, in any of those vehicles. Behind any of those windows in the building across the street. Mercer finished her call. "Officers are on their way. They'll set up a perimeter and sweep the area. Our tech team will work on tracing those text messages." Will that work if they're using burner phones? Maybe not the texts alone, but combined with surveillance footage from the area, witness statements from the flea market, and the recorder itself, we'll build a case. She paused. "But first, I need to ask you something important." "What?" "Are you absolutely certain you weren't involved in creating these recordings? That this isn't some elaborate attempt at pitching a crime story?" The question stung, but I understood it. Check the dates on the recordings. I was covering city council meetings when the first 4 were made. Dozens of people can verify my whereabouts. And I don't have the technical expertise to fake something like this. She nodded. "Had to ask. Now let's." My phone buzzed again. A new message. "You broke the rules. Front door, 2 minutes." Mercer read it over my shoulder. "Get away from the windows. Now." She guided me to the bathroom. No windows. 1 door. Solid walls. Drew her weapon. "Stay here. Lock the door. Don't open it for anyone but me." Before I could protest, she was gone. I locked the bathroom door, hands trembling so badly I could barely manage the simple task. Pressed my ear against the door, straining to hear anything beyond my own pounding heartbeat. Minutes crawled by. Voices in the hallway outside my apartment. Heavy footsteps. The crackle of police radios. Then 3 sharp knocks on the bathroom door. "Moore, it's Mercer. You can come out now." I opened the door cautiously. Mercer stood there, gun holstered, looking grimly satisfied. "We got him, or one of them, at least." She led me to my living room, now filled with uniformed officers. Through my open front door, I caught a glimpse of someone being handcuffed in the hallway. Male, medium build, wearing a dark hoodie. He was coming up the stairs when our first officers arrived, Mercer explained. "Had this on him." She held up an evidence bag containing a knife. Another bag held a brand new voice recorder still in its packaging. "And this." She showed me a third bag with a folded note inside. Even through the plastic I could read the words, "Your turn." "Is it him? The vendor from the flea market?" "No, different guy entirely, but we found multiple phones on him, including the one used to text you. And guess what? He has the same recorder in his car that you bought at the flea market. Same model." "So there are more of them? A group?" "Looking that way. We'll know more once we question him." The next 12 hours passed in a whirlwind of statements, evidence cataloging, and revelations. I sat in an interview room at the police station, telling my story over and over to different detectives. They brought photos, asked if I recognized faces. One was the flea market vendor. Another was a woman who'd apparently been watching my building. By morning, the outlines of the case were becoming clear. A loose network of killers connected not by personal relationships but by the recorders themselves. Each finding victims, recording their torture and murder, then passing the recorders along to potential new recruits. Some accepted the twisted invitation. Others, like Maria Chen, ran. Some probably became victims themselves. "How many?" I asked Mercer when she brought me coffee around dawn. "We've identified at least 7 so far, across 4 states. The recordings go back years. Different victims, different killers, but the same methodology, the same ritual." "And Rebecca, the woman in my recordings?" Mercer's face softened slightly. "We've got a team working to identify her now. The man who made those recordings, Tyler Kasdan, has been missing for 3 months. His apartment was cleaned out. No evidence left behind. He said in the recording that he was going to destroy them all except the last one. Looks like that's their pattern. Keep only the final recording as proof of what they've done, as inspiration for the next killer." I stared into my coffee cup. What happens now? Now we build our case. The 3 we arrested today will lead us to others. We'll find as many of the victims as we can, bring them justice. She paused. "And you go back to your life." "With police protection for now." My life. The words felt hollow. How could I go back to writing fluff pieces about flea markets after this? I want to write about it. The whole story. Mercer frowned. "Not yet. Not until we've made more arrests, identified more victims. But eventually, yes. People should know this story." 3 months later, I submitted the first draft of the recorder ring to my editor. With the police investigation public now, Richards had given me all the time and resources I needed to tell the story properly. What had started as a 5-part series for the Chronicle had grown into a book deal. 17 killers arrested across 6 states, 23 confirmed victims, including Rebecca Lawson, whose family finally got answers after believing she'd simply abandoned her life. 4 more suspects still at large. And 52 voice recorders recovered as evidence, each containing that final recording, that final moment, each meant to be passed on, to continue the chain. I still jump when my phone buzzes with an unknown number, still check my locks twice before bed, still wake from nightmares where I hear that wet, gurgling sound. But I'm telling their stories now, the victims, not the killers, giving voices back to those who had them stolen. The recorder chose me, but not for the reason they intended, not to continue their tradition, but to end it. Every day I get emails from readers who've checked their second-hand purchases more carefully, who've gone to police with suspicious recordings. 3 new arrests have been made based on tips generated by my articles. The chain is breaking, link by link. Sometimes late at night, I think about that moment when I first saw the recorder at the flea market, how easy it would have been to walk past, how different everything would be if I had. But I didn't walk past. I picked it up. I listened. And because I did, the recording finally found the audience it was meant for, not another killer, but someone who would make sure the world heard what needed to be heard. Justice, not tradition, became the legacy of that voice recorder. And somewhere out there, I know Rebecca would approve. I wasn't going to post this, but I haven't really slept since Tuesday, and I just need to get it out of my head. My gran passed away last week. She was 91, lived alone in a little house on the edge of Edinburgh, just past Braid Hills. If you've ever been out that way, it's all golf courses and old woods. Quiet, nice, but weirdly still, like the whole place is paused. Gran was private, stubborn, wore slippers to the shops, still paid bills at the post office. You know the type. I loved her, but she kept a lot to herself. The funeral was small, close family, a few neighbors. The church was cold and the minister sounded like he was reading off a menu, but it was fine, simple. The kind of send-off she would have tolerated. My cousin Erin came up from Glasgow. She brought her old Canon camera, not digital, proper film, and took photos at the service. She's into documenting family moments, which sounds pretentious, but she means well. She's always been like that. One of those people who takes pictures of everyone else but never lets you take one of her. She said she'd send the photos once they were developed. I didn't think much of it. I went back to work on Monday, tried to be normal. I couldn't really. Everything felt slightly out of sync, but you expect that when someone dies. It's not just sadness. It's this weird sense of being unplugged from something. Anyway, Tuesday night, I got the email from Erin. 32 photos, scanned from the film. Attached in a Google Drive folder with a note that just said, "Some are blurry, but you might like a few." I opened them on my laptop while I was in bed. Figured I'd save the good ones and print a few for my mom. The first few were what you'd expect outside the church. People chatting in the drizzle, umbrellas, black coats, flowers in the boot of someone's car. All of it kind of gray and overexposed, which I weirdly liked. It felt real. But then I got to photo 7. I don't know how to explain it. It was just a picture of the church from the side, framed against the woods, with the hill behind it. But at the edge, just barely in the shot, was a man. Tall, black coat, standing dead still near the tree line. He wasn't looking at the church, he was looking at the camera. No face detail, not really, but his posture felt wrong. Too placed, too deliberate. I moved to the next photo. Different angle, same kind of composition. This time it was 2 of my uncles standing near the fence. And again, at the edge of the photo, the same man. Same height, same coat, same distance from the camera, like he'd just rotated around us to stay at the exact same spot. I didn't like it, but I told myself it was probably a mourner I hadn't noticed, a neighbor, a cousin of someone. That's what happens at funerals. Strangers drift in, stand at the back, pay respects quietly. Nothing weird. Except he kept showing up. Photo after photo. Not everyone, just the wide shots. The ones with enough background to include the hill or the woods or the rear lot behind the church. He was always there, standing still, same coat, same angle, same face direction. He never moved. I zoomed in on one of the photos. I could only go so far before the quality gave out, but I swear his eyes were white. Not the glow you get from a flash or overexposure, just white, no irises, like you'd see on a statue or something drawn. And the expression never changed, not once. I felt sick. I closed the folder, got up, poured a glass of water and paced the kitchen for 10 minutes. Eventually I messaged Erin. "Hey, random, do you know who the man is in the long coat in some of the church photos?" She replied a minute later. "What man?" I sent her photo 9, the one with the tree line. She took longer this time. "Sorry, I don't see anyone. Where exactly?" I circled the figure, sent it back. She replied with just, "No way." Then, I swear to God I was the only one taking pictures. I didn't see anyone standing there, and I don't remember anyone in a long coat. I thought everyone wore standard black suits. I didn't respond right away. I went back to the folder and opened a photo from later in the series. It was a wide shot of the hill after the service, when we were scattering some of Grant's ashes. And he was there again, standing by a stone wall half in frame. No one else noticed. We were all looking away from him, except he was looking directly at the camera. I couldn't explain it, couldn't process it. I called Erin. She answered on the second ring. She sounded wired. "I went through the negatives," she said. "The film strips. He's in them." "Okay," I said. "I mean, he's in the film. It's not digital, no Photoshop, no chance of edit. That means he was physically there." I sat on the floor, but I don't remember him, and no one else said anything. There was silence on the line for a bit. Then she said, "Check photo 28. I asked why. "Just check." I opened it. It was indoors, Grant's bedroom. The light was low, like dusk. The room was empty, no people, just her bookshelf, the armchair, the quilt she made in the 70s still draped over the foot of the bed. And him, standing in the corner, inside the room, right next to the closet. He was closer this time. His face was clearer. Still those white eyes. Still no expression. I felt ice down my neck. "This was taken the afternoon she died," Erin said quietly, "around 2 hours before." I closed the laptop. I haven't opened the folder since. I know I will, eventually. But right now, I just keep seeing him, in my head, standing where he shouldn't be, looking straight through the lens. I didn't sleep after that. I lay on the couch with the telly on mute, and every light in the flat turned on, not because I thought he'd show up, not physically anyway, but because I couldn't stand the dark. It felt like he'd settled into it. Like if I blinked too long, I'd see the outline of him near the door, or worse, standing by the hallway mirror. I thought about calling my mom, but what was I going to say? "Hey, I think a man with no eyes showed up in Grant's bedroom before she died, and now I can't sleep because I might have seen him on film standing in 10 separate photos during her funeral." Thoughts? No, I didn't want to hear her try to explain it away. I wasn't ready for a logical answer, because deep down I already knew it wasn't logical. The next morning I met Erin for coffee. Neutral territory, bright, busy, safe. She brought the negatives in a little envelope, like she was afraid they'd burn a hole in her bag. "I didn't know what else to do," she said, sliding them across the table. "I didn't touch anything, just took them out of the sleeve." I nodded, even though I wasn't sure what I was agreeing to. We ordered lattes and just sat there, the envelope between us like it was alive. Eventually she said, "You know what's weird? I didn't even remember taking that photo in Gran's room." "What do you mean?" "I remember going in to get a picture of the bookshelf, that's all. She had that little carving of the horse I always loved, and I wanted a photo of it before the house gets emptied. I remembered it too, a wooden horse she picked up in Sweden during the 70s. She used to tell me it would gallop when I wasn't looking." Aaron went on, "But when I developed the film, that photo was just there, and I'm not in the mirror. I should be. That hadn't occurred to me. In the photo, there's a wardrobe with a little oval mirror on the door. The angle is perfect. If Aaron had taken it, her reflection should be visible. But it's not. Nothing is. Just a dark blur in the glass." I took a sip of coffee that tasted like nothing and said, "Do you think he's connected to Gran?" Aaron hesitated. Then, "I don't think he was there for us." That line stuck in my chest. After we left the cafe, I couldn't go home. I didn't want to sit in my flat alone with that envelope, so I went to my mum's instead. She was clearing out the kitchen drawers, sorting receipts and expired coupons and takeout menus from restaurants that had closed years ago. I watched her move around the space like she'd lived there all her life, like nothing had changed. Eventually, I asked, "Do you remember Gran's old photo albums?" She looked up. "What, the big leather ones?" "Yeah, they're in the attic. Why?" I said I was curious, wanted to look through them for family history stuff. She didn't question it. I climbed the narrow attic stairs and pulled open the hatch. The smell hit me first: old books, wood dust, that dry paper scent that feels like it belongs in a library. The albums were stacked in a plastic bin next to a suitcase full of knitting supplies. I carried them down, 3 in total, heavy padded covers, yellowed plastic sleeves. The first album was birthdays and Christmases. The second was holidays, Gran in front of a cottage in Skye, Gran on a beach with a wide hat, Gran standing in front of a blurry castle that could have been anywhere. The third was older. Black and white photos, edges scalloped, handwriting in pencil underneath each one, mostly names and years. Uncle Simon, 1984. Cousin Margaret at the Lock, 1991. I flipped carefully, one page at a time. Then I stopped. It was a photo of a funeral, much smaller than ours. 4 people visible, all dressed in heavy coats. The note underneath read, "Mum's service, 1997. Gran's mother, my great-grandmother." I looked at the background, and there he was, on the hill. Same man, same coat, same stance. Far enough away that you wouldn't notice unless you were looking for him, but once you saw it, you couldn't unsee it. I held the photo up to the light. His face was clearer than I expected. Still those white, irisless eyes, still staring straight into the camera. My hands started to shake. I took a picture of it with my phone and sent it to Aaron. She replied almost instantly, "Same guy." "Then, this is older than us." I didn't know what to do after that. I put the album back, closed the hatch, left without saying goodbye to my mom. I took the long way home, walking through the park near the water. The wind had picked up and leaves skittered along the path like they were in a hurry to get away from something. That night I had a dream. I was back at Gran's house, but it wasn't her house exactly, it was twisted. The furniture was wrong, too tall, the hallways too narrow. The walls pulsed like they were breathing. I walked into her bedroom and saw the man standing at the foot of the bed. He didn't move, didn't blink, just stood there, staring. When I looked at the mirror on the closet door, I saw something behind me. Not him. Me. But older, gray at the temples, hollow-eyed. The older me whispered something I couldn't hear. I woke up sweating. It was 4 a.m. The envelope with the negatives was still on my desk. I didn't move, just stared at it until the sky started to lighten. Then I picked up my phone and called Aaron. "No hello, just. Do you think he's always been there?" She said, "I don't think he's a person." I asked, "Then what is he?" And all she said was, "Maybe he's waiting." I didn't go to work the next day. I told them I had a cold, but really I just didn't want to be around people. I couldn't sit at a desk pretending to care about invoices while my brain was still replaying that dream. His face. The way the mirror showed me looking older, not just aged, but drained, like something had been fed through me. I spent most of the day on the couch, curtains drawn halfway, not closed, just enough to feel like the world was being kept out a little. I kept the envelope of negatives near me, like a dog keeping an eye on a door it knows something's behind. Around lunchtime, I started doing something I probably shouldn't have. I Googled. Not just the usual stuff. I went deep, way past the first page. I searched everything I could think of Edinburgh folklore, hill watchers, funeral figures, omens in black coats, eye-white spirits. Some of the results were garbage, forums full of people arguing about cryptids or talking about the veil like it was a fashion accessory. But a few things stood out, patterns. There's this story older than any churchyard about something called a shade watcher. It's not a name that shows up in history books. It's passed around in local chat threads and snippets in scanned books from weird personal archives. Supposedly, it's something that appears near places where death settles. Not just when someone dies, but where it lingers. Family homes, fields, beds, photos. The description? Tall, long coat. Face always directed at the witness, even if they don't see him in the moment. Eyes described as wrong. One person wrote they were lightless but white. That stuck with me. The only thing everyone agreed on. He doesn't move unless you look for him. That was enough to shut the laptop. I made toast, didn't eat it. I watched the butter melt and then threw it in the bin. I picked up my phone and scrolled through the pictures again, the ones Aaron had sent. Not the church shots, not yet, just the indoor ones. Gran's room, her hallway, the photo of the mirror. The older I stared at it, the more it felt like something was missing. Not something obvious. More like the room had been drained, like the color didn't fade from age, but from presence. My phone buzzed. It was Erin again. "Can you talk?" I called her. She sounded worse than before, tired, hollow. "I checked the boxes from Gran's loft," she said. "Remember how she kept all those clippings?" I did. Gran used to cut articles out of the paper like she was building a time capsule that no one asked for. Recipes, church announcements, the occasional wedding or obituary. There was one, Erin said, that she'd folded into a separate envelope. I think it belonged to someone else before her. Why? Different handwriting, the date. It's older than Gran would have clipped. I didn't say anything. She continued, "It's from a funeral. A kid died young, 15 or so. His name was Michael. Service held up in Inverness." And there's a photo with the article, small, grainy, shows the field where they buried him. I already knew what she was going to say. "He's in it," she whispered. "Back corner, just a shape, but it's him. Same height, same coat, same goddamn face." I swallowed. She went quiet. "Erin?" "I think Gran knew," she said finally. "I think she saw him too. And I think she was trying to forget. That idea messed with my head more than anything else. Because Gran never seemed scared, not once. Even when her body started failing, even when she couldn't climb the stairs anymore, she never looked like someone carrying that kind of secret. But maybe that's the point. You carry it until it stops scaring you, or until you're too tired to care. That night, I went to Gran's house. It hadn't been cleared yet. The locks were still the same. My mum had left the key under the pot like always, even though we'd said we'd move it years ago. The house smelled different without her. Not bad, just empty, like the warmth had been bled out of the walls. I didn't go upstairs. I didn't go to the kitchen. I just walked to her room. The bed was still made. The mirror was still there. So was the blanket she used to pull over her legs while watching telly. It still had the slight indent where her knees would have been. I sat down in the chair by the window. Just breathed. The light was dim, the kind of half-light you only get in old rooms, where the curtains are thick enough to stop time if you let them. I pulled out my phone and opened the last photo, the one from the bedroom. Then I held it up and compared it to the room around me. It matched. Same angle, same chair, same reflection. Except now, looking at the photo again, I realized something new. He wasn't standing in the reflection. He was behind the reflection. His shape, that coat, that face, wasn't mirrored. It was layered, like he wasn't captured in the glass, but underneath it. Like the mirror was a window, and he was looking through it. I dropped the phone. It hit the floor with a soft clunk, screen facing up. I stared at the mirror. And for a split second, just one, I thought I saw a flicker. Not movement. A change. Like something behind the glass had stepped closer. I left. Didn't lock the door. Didn't turn the light off. I walked the whole way home, even though it was raining. Every puddle looked too deep. Every shadow too still. I didn't go straight home that night. I know I said I did, but I didn't. I made it about halfway before my legs just gave up and I sat down on a bench outside an old pharmacy that had been shut for years. I must have sat there for 20 minutes, maybe longer, just letting the rain soak through my sleeves, watching the streetlights buzz like they were full of insects. I didn't want to go back to the flat. Not because it was haunted. That wasn't it. I just didn't want to be somewhere still, somewhere quiet, the kind of quiet where your thoughts stop whispering and start talking in full sentences. Eventually, I ended up at Erin's. I didn't even text first. I just showed up, knocked once, then again. She opened the door wearing a hoodie and no shoes. Her eyes were tired, and when she saw me, she didn't even ask what was wrong. She just stepped aside. We didn't talk for the first little while. She made tea. I sat on the edge of her couch and picked at the cuff of my sleeve until she handed me a mug. Then we both just sat there, the telly on low volume in the background playing a documentary about whales that neither of us watched. After a bit, she said, "I haven't looked at the photos again." I said, "Me neither." That was a lie. I'd looked at them on the walk. Every time I blinked, I saw one. Not the actual images, just the feeling of them. The way his face made everything else in the frame look fake. Like a stage, and he was the only thing that didn't know it was a performance. Erin took a sip of her tea. I kept thinking about what you said, about him being behind the mirror. I didn't respond. She went on, "What if it's not just mirrors?" I looked at her. She was holding her phone in both hands, staring at the dark screen like it might talk back. "What if it's glass?" she said, "or reflections generally, windows, water, screens." I started to shake my head, but she cut me off. I went through old files, family photos, not just Gran's, ours, from when we were little, Christmas mornings, summer picnics, all that stuff. I knew where this was going. He's in a few. That landed like a stone in my chest. Erin stood and pulled a shoebox from under the coffee table. She opened it slowly and pulled out a small photo, the kind you get from disposable cameras. Faded colors, a bit warped at the edges. "Look," she said. It was a photo of me and Erin, probably age 7 or 8, standing in front of a lake. Our jumpers were too big. Her fringe was crooked. We were both laughing. And behind us, in the lake's reflection, was a figure. Barely visible. But once you saw it, tall, dark coat, pale shape of a face, you couldn't unsee it. He wasn't standing on the shore. He was in the reflection. Only there. Not in the real background. I stared at the photo so long it stopped looking like anything. Erin whispered, "He's been around longer than we thought." I nodded. My mouth was dry. She reached into the box again and pulled out another. This one was older, printed on thin paper. Our parents, sitting on a picnic blanket. Gran was there too, reading a book under a tree. The photo was fine. But in the car window behind them, faint, but real, the same man. Just his face this time, staring out through the glass like he was inside the car. I stood up. I didn't mean to. My legs just moved. "I need air," I said. Erin didn't argue. I stepped outside. The rain had stopped, but the ground was still wet. The smell of it filled my lungs and made everything feel sharper, like I'd been underwater all day and just now surfaced. I walked around the block. When I came back, Erin was at her laptop. She didn't look up. "I found something," she said. I sat beside her. She turned the screen toward me. It was a scan of a page from a book, not a real one, but one of those self-published things people put together when they're obsessed with local history. It was about funeral customs in rural parts of Scotland, superstitions, old beliefs. There was a section about watchers. Not people, not angels, something older. One line had been highlighted. "They say the one who stands near but never joins the mourners is not among them, but ahead of them. That to see him once is to remember. To see him twice is to be remembered. And to see him 3 times is to be expected." I felt something cold settle into my spine. I'd seen him 3 times, more than that, probably, but 3 clearly, 3 where I knew. "Maybe that's why Gran never talked about it," I said. Erin nodded. She saw him, at least once, maybe more, and she didn't want to pass it on. Too late for that. We sat in silence for a while. Then I asked the question I'd been trying to avoid. "Do you think he's waiting for one of us?" Erin looked up at me. "I don't know," she said, "but I don't think he waits for just one." I stayed at Erin's that night. We didn't plan it. It just got too late, and neither of us really wanted to be alone. She set up the spare room with fresh sheets, left the door open just a crack, and said if I heard anything weird I could knock. We didn't laugh when she said it, not even a smile. That's how far gone we were. I didn't sleep. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, watching the little shadow the lamp made on the wall. It looked like a man standing in the hallway. I kept reminding myself it was just the wardrobe casting the shape. But every time I closed my eyes, I'd see him again, in the corner of Gran's room, behind the glass. At some point, maybe around 5 in the morning, I sat up and started looking through my phone. I'd kept the original photos Erin sent, the funeral ones. I opened them again, this time zooming in on every corner, not just to find him, I already knew he'd be there, but to find when he moved. If he ever did. I noticed something new. In the first photo, he's on the left side, near the woods. In the next one, he's a little further in the frame. By the fourth, he's behind a row of headstones, closer to the path. I flipped through them fast, like a flip book. He was walking, slow, steady, frame by frame, from the woods toward the church, toward us, and no one saw him. No one ever saw him. I thought about that line in the book, the one Erin found. To see him once is to remember. To see him twice is to be remembered. To see him 3 times is to be expected. I'd seen him more than that. So had Erin. But what did it mean? Was it about dying? Was it about being next? Or was it something else? Around 7, I heard Erin moving in the kitchen. I joined her. She made toast. Neither of us ate it. We sat there staring at the kettle like it was going to tell us what to do. She said, "I want to go back to the house." I didn't answer right away. "I think there's more," she said. She kept things. She always kept things. I said, "He was moving." Erin looked up. "In the photos, From the funeral. He wasn't standing still. He was getting closer. Her face went still. We didn't talk for a while after that. Eventually, we grabbed our jackets and headed out. Aaron drove. The roads were empty in that strange early morning way, where everything feels like it's holding its breath. When we reached Gran's house, I half expected the door to be open, or gone, or barricaded. I don't know what I expected, but it was normal, still shut, still quiet, still exactly the same. We let ourselves in. The air smelled like dust and old fabric, the kind of scent that disappears the moment someone starts living there again, which no one ever would. We started in the living room. Aaron checked under the cushions. I checked the drawers. Nothing but spare batteries and a crossword book with half the pages torn out. Next was the hallway. There was a little cupboard near the stairs, full of cleaning supplies mostly, but behind the mop bucket was a box. Cardboard, sealed with tape that had yellowed at the edges. We pulled it out and opened it on the floor. Inside were letters, hundreds of them, all addressed to Gran. Same envelope size, same handwriting. None had return addresses. The earliest one was dated nearly 30 years ago. The latest one was last month. They were all written in pencil, and every single one began with the same line. You saw me again. Aaron and I looked at each other. She reached in and pulled out a handful. They weren't long. Most were just a few sentences. A name, a date, a location. Some mentioned hospitals. Others mentioned bedrooms. One mentioned a pond, shallow and full of stones. All of them ended with the same sign-off. Witness marked. That phrase did something to me. Not just fear. Recognition. Like I'd heard it before, but didn't know what it meant until now. We spent the next hour reading them. They weren't written by different people. They were all from the same hand. Same loops in the letters, same shaky lines. We found one addressed to my mom, but it had never been opened. Gran had written on the envelope in her own handwriting, "Do not give her this." We didn't open it either. We couldn't. Not yet. The last letter in the box wasn't addressed to anyone. It was just folded, not sealed, no envelope. I opened it. It said, "If you are reading this, then he has moved. If he has moved, you have looked too long. I am sorry, I truly am. But you must leave this house. Now, do not turn around. Do not check the mirrors. Do not try to take anything with you. He does not like to be kept." I read it twice. Then I looked up at Aaron. She was already standing. "I think we're done here," she said. We left the box where it was. We didn't close the cupboard. We didn't speak on the way out. I locked the door behind us, more out of habit than anything else. We haven't been back since. We didn't talk much after that. Not in a falling out way, just a kind of quiet that settled over us, like a mutual agreement not to dig any deeper. Like we'd gone far enough, and both understood that whatever we'd stepped into, whatever Gran had spent her life trying to keep buried, it wasn't ours to unearth any further. The next morning, Aaron dropped the box off at a charity shop. Not the one near Grand Street, a different one, far enough away that no one would recognize the name on the letters, if anyone even bothered to look. She didn't tell me until after she'd done it. "I didn't burn them," she said, "but I didn't keep them either. I didn't want them in my house." I understood. I didn't ask what she did with the letter addressed to my mom. I think we both knew it wasn't meant to be opened. That weekend we went back to the church where the funeral was held. It was cloudy again, same light drizzle, same hills behind it, still and quiet. We walked the ground slowly, like we were retracing our own footsteps. There was no one else around. I found the spot where we'd scattered the ashes, a low dip in the grass just behind the last row of stones. Erin stood next to me. I asked her, "Do you think he's gone?" She didn't answer right away. Then she said, "I think he wasn't meant to be seen." We didn't stay long. The next day, I deleted the photos. All of them. I didn't back them up, didn't move them to a drive, just selected the folder, hit delete, and emptied the bin. I felt sick doing it. My hands were shaking the whole time, but once it was done, I felt lighter. Like something had finally let go. Erin developed the last roll of film a week later, one she hadn't touched since the service. She told me there were no signs of him in those. Not in the background, not in the mirrors, nothing. "Maybe that's the rule," she said. "You only see him when he's close." It's been a few weeks since then. Things feel normal again. I go to work. I sleep through the night. I walk past mirrors without flinching. I've even gone back to Grand Street just once to drop off a key. The house has already been cleared out. The windows are bare. It looks smaller somehow, without her inside it. My mom still hasn't asked about the letters. I think she knows, in a quiet way. She grew up with it after all. Maybe she saw him once and chose not to remember. Sometimes I think about that line in the book, about being expected. I still don't know what it means. Maybe it doesn't mean death. Maybe it means attention, focus. A kind of spiritual recognition that draws him in. But I haven't seen him since. And I don't plan to. I stay away from glass at night. I don't zoom in on photos anymore. I don't try to remember too hard. It's strange, isn't it? The things we inherit without knowing. Gran never spoke about him, not once. Not even when she knew the end was near. Not even when we were in the room with her, holding her hand, listening to her last breaths. But now I think silence was her way of protecting us. She knew. Of course she did. She saw him long before we did. And instead of warning us, she chose to carry it alone. Because once you start looking, once you start asking, the pattern begins again. So this is where I stop. I won't post the photos. I won't share the letters. I won't name the church or the hill or the street. Because maybe you're like me. Maybe you'd be curious. Maybe you'd start zooming in. Maybe you already have. So I'll say this, and then I'm done. If you ever look through old photos and see someone who doesn't belong, someone standing just outside the frame, still and silent, wearing a coat that doesn't quite match the season, stop looking. Do not go back through the rest. Do not ask who he is. Do not try to see him clearer. Because once you do, he sees you too. And that's when it starts. That's when you become the next witness. marked, expected. I don't know what he is. I don't think it matters. I only know this. Gran carried him her whole life, and she managed to hold him at a distance. For all her faults, for all her silence, I think that was her final gift to us. And now it's our turn to pass it on. Quietly. Unspoken. Let sleeping ghosts stay where they sleep. Let the watchers stay in the corners. And if you see the man in the coat, if you see the white eyes in a photo you don't remember taking, close it, walk away, and never look again. I drive the night route in Los Angeles Route 81. Not glamorous, not busy, mostly people trying to get home from shifts that ended after midnight. Strip mall workers, bartenders, night janitors. Every so often, someone in a suit who missed the last train and doesn't want to admit they're too tired to Uber. I took the job after my brother passed. I won't get into that, but driving helped. Night driving especially. There's a rhythm to it. The road feels emptier, time feels slower. The city hums instead of shouts. Most nights, nothing happens. But some nights don't leave you. This was one of those. It was early April, mild weather, clear sky. I remember that because when I stepped off the bus at the depot, I could see stars, not always easy in Los Angeles. The air smelled clean, which is also rare. I clocked in at 10 at night, grabbed my thermos, and started my run. Same loop every time downtown to Boyle Heights, then loop back. 12 stops total. Takes about an hour and 20 minutes round trip. Rinse and repeat until sunrise. The first 3 runs were normal. I remember a guy with a guitar case who nodded thanks when I stopped. A woman with a paper bag full of groceries, one of which tore open by stop 4. I gave her a spare shopping bag from the glove box. I keep extras. Stuff happens. It was the 4th run, the 2:45 trip heading west, when I picked her up. She was standing at stop 23. I didn't see her until the last second. 1 second the stop was empty, the next there she was, standing dead still in front of the bench. She was barefoot. That was the first thing I noticed. No shoes, just pale skin, the kind of pale that catches light strangely, like when someone's been inside too long. She wore a thin gray dress, wrinkled, no purse, just a blanket folded over her arms. Her hair was straight, dark, and clung to her cheeks like it was slightly damp. I opened the door. "Evening," I said. She didn't answer, just stepped on. Didn't swipe a card, didn't flash a pass, didn't even look at me. I've had passengers like that before in their own world, half asleep, maybe on something. I don't ask questions. If they're not causing trouble, it's not my job to press. She walked halfway down the aisle and sat right in the middle, not in the back, not up front, just center right, by the window. She didn't look out the window either. She just sat. Back straight, blanket still in her lap, hands resting neatly on top like she was waiting for something. I drove. 1 stop, then 2. No one got on, no one got off. I glanced in the mirror once she hadn't moved. I felt something weird in my chest, not fear, just unease, like I was forgetting something important. like there was a sound I was supposed to hear but wasn't. At stop 3, she stood up. No warning, no buzzer, no shift in posture. Just up, slow, deliberate. I pulled over. The door hissed open. She walked to the front, still barefoot, blanket tucked under one arm now. I glanced at her as she passed. Her eyes were open, but they didn't seem to be looking. Not at me, not at anything. And then she stepped off. Didn't say thank you, didn't look back. Just vanished into the dark. I sat there for a moment longer than I needed to. Then I kept driving. Told myself it was just a weird moment. I've had them before. People act strange at night. Maybe she was in trouble. Maybe she was scared. Or maybe she was just tired and didn't want to talk. I didn't think about it again until 2 nights later. A man came onto the bus in a rush, said he'd lost his wallet somewhere on the 81. I told him I hadn't found anything, but that Lost and Found would have the footage. He asked if I'd mind pulling it up just in case. I shrugged. It wasn't protocol, but I was ahead on the loop. Plus, the guy was polite. I pulled out my tablet, connected to the onboard feed, and scanned back through the last few runs. Nothing, no sign of his wallet. But something made me keep scrolling. I don't know why. Maybe I was looking for a distraction. Maybe I was hoping I had seen the wallet so I could feel helpful. And then I saw her. The barefoot woman. It was jarring to see her on screen, more jarring than it had felt in person. I paused the video and leaned in. She boarded the bus exactly at 3:22 in the morning. That timestamp made me frown. I had sworn it was earlier. But maybe I remembered wrong. Maybe I had looked at the wrong clock, or maybe the footage was off by a few minutes. That happens sometimes with the sync. I hit play. She walked exactly as I remembered. Calm, precise. She didn't cast a shadow. It wasn't immediately obvious, but the lighting inside the bus always throws soft shadows on the floor, the railings, the seats, my arms when I drive. She had none. I slowed the footage. At frame 723, something glitched. For 3 frames less than a second, she looked wrong. Her body faded at the edges, like she was being seen through fog. Her arm, the one holding the blanket, flickered slightly. You could see the seat through it. Then it returned to normal. I let the footage run. She sat, still, frame after frame, the same posture. Then, finally, she stood, walked to the front, and that's when my stomach turned. In real life, I remembered her stepping off the bus without a word. But in the footage, just before she reached the door, she leaned in. Close. To me. Closer than I'd ever let a stranger get. She bent forward and whispered into my ear. I didn't react. Just kept looking forward like I didn't notice. Because I didn't. I don't remember her saying anything. But in the footage her lips moved, right next to me. 3 words. I replayed it, slowed it down, watched her mouth shape the same phrase twice. I couldn't hear it, but I could see it. He's still driving. I closed the tablet and sat there for a long time. Even with the screen off, I kept seeing her mouth moving. Those 3 words stuck like gum under my ribs. I didn't know what they meant. Didn't want to know, honestly. But it didn't matter, the words were there now. He's still driving. I didn't mention it to the guy who lost his wallet. I just told him it wasn't on my feed, wished him luck, and sent him on his way. He thanked me and got off at Union Station. I think he was halfway through a story about where he'd been drinking when I tuned him out completely. After that, I started checking the footage every night. Just quick scans, always from the same loop, the one that runs between 3 in the morning and 4. I told myself it was curiosity, told myself I was just trying to explain it. Maybe the camera glitched. Maybe the lighting caught something weird. Maybe I was tired. But I kept going back. And every night she was there. Different nights, different seats, same woman. Same blanket, same pale feet, same walk. Always getting on at the same stop 23, on a dead stretch of road near an empty car wash. The streetlight above it buzzed like a dying wasp. Sometimes she sat in the middle, sometimes the back, never the front. Never near anyone else, on the rare chance someone else was riding at that hour. But always quiet, always still, always watching the floor. The next whisper came a week later. I didn't notice it at first. I was watching the loop from Monday morning. Normal shift, cold air, late start, no issues. Then I saw her again. Same time, 3:22. She sat 2 rows behind me this time, right-hand side. The bus was otherwise empty. The ride was uneventful. No stops between 23 and 26. I didn't remember anything odd. But on the footage, just before she stood up, she turned her head toward the driver's seat. And again she whispered something. This time, just one word. Barely a flicker of movement in her mouth, like a breath-forming language. I zoomed in, slowed it down frame by frame. It looked like, "Watch." That was it. No reaction from me on the screen. Just driving, eyes forward. No sign that I heard a thing. But afterward, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I started double-checking my mirrors during the route, watching the aisle more, listening harder. I even brought a small rear-view dash cam from home and mounted it just to the side, pointed toward the back half of the bus. Sam, my supervisor, noticed. He asked if something was wrong with the vehicle. I said no, just preventative stuff, new policy, internal audit. He nodded like he didn't want to get involved. Truth was, I hadn't told anyone. Because what do you say? There's a barefoot woman who keeps appearing on your route, but only on the video. She whispers things you don't hear at the time, but you can see her lips move later. That's not a story anyone wants to believe. That's not a story that sounds like someone who's sleeping well. So I kept it to myself. Until the night she sat in the front row. It was a Thursday. We were coming up on the end of the loop. I was tired, hadn't eaten since dinner. My shoulder ached from leaning on the wheel. She got on at 3:22, no surprise. But this time she sat in the seat directly behind me. I didn't notice it while driving. but the footage made it impossible to ignore. She boarded slowly, walked the aisle with her usual calm, never looking up, then stopped, turned toward the front, and sat right there. Her knees were inches from the back of my seat. She didn't move for 3 full minutes, then leaned forward just slightly and opened her mouth again. But this time, it was longer. I played it over and over. It looked like, he doesn't know I'm still on. Then, he didn't check. And finally, you're next. Those last 2 words hit differently, like they weren't meant to be heard, like they were meant to settle. I closed the tablet, sat in silence. Something changed after that. I started to feel her, not see, not hear. Feel. Cold air on the back of my neck when I drove past stop 23. A pressure in my spine whenever the clock hit 3:22 and the bus was quiet. I started missing stops, losing time, finding myself 1 turn ahead of where I thought I was. One night I realized I'd driven a full 10 minutes without remembering any of it. No music, no noise, just blank space. I stopped drinking coffee after midnight. I needed my body to feel tired. It was the only way I could tell I was still real. The final straw came 2 nights ago. I was walking back to the depot after my shift. The sun was just barely rising, the kind of blue-gray light that makes everything look fake. I passed my bus, parked and locked. And there, in the last window far in the back, I saw her. Not fully. Just a shape. A pale blur. Sitting still, looking forward. I stopped, blinked. It was gone. No sound, no motion. But I knew. I knew she was there. I went home, called in sick for the first time in 5 years. I haven't gone back. I told Sam I needed time. I said I had a family emergency. He said take as long as I need. I lied. I needed distance. I haven't watched the footage since. But every night, I wake up at 3:22 on the dot. No alarm. No noise. Just open eyes. Like something's waiting for me to notice it. I've started sleeping on the couch. It's not that the bed is uncomfortable. It's that I can't bring myself to lie down in the dark with the door closed anymore. Even with the light on, it feels wrong, like I'm not alone in there. So now I sleep out here, under the hum of the fridge and the dull glow of the television. I don't watch anything. I just keep something moving on the screen. Old cooking shows mostly, safe stuff, nothing that lingers. But no matter what I do, I still wake up at the same time. 3:22 in the morning. Not 3:21. Not 3:23. Always exactly 3:22. The first few times I tried not to check the clock, told myself it could just be around 3. Close enough, but eventually I started checking. First the stove, then my phone, then the microwave. They all matched. 3:22. Every single night. I stopped trying to explain it. There's no reason. It just is. I started leaving the curtains open, so I can see the street. I don't live in a busy area, but a few cars pass around, then delivery trucks, people heading to work early, sometimes a guy on a bike. Normal things. Proof that the world is still turning, even while I'm stuck watching the seconds crawl by. But last night, I saw something else. A woman, standing across the street near the hedge. Barefoot. She wasn't moving, just standing, arms down, blanket over one arm. Even from the couch, I could tell it was her. She was facing the house, head tilted slightly, like she was watching the window. I sat there frozen, half under the throw blanket, heart thudding like it was trying to get out. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Eventually, she turned, walked back down the street. Not fast, not slow, just calmly, like she knew where she was going. I got up and closed the curtains, sat back down, didn't sleep for the rest of the night. When morning came, I walked across the street and checked the spot by the hedge. Nothing there, no footprints, no sign of anyone having stood there. But the grass was pressed down slightly, not crushed, just bent, like someone had been standing lightly, like they hadn't touched the ground fully. I don't know why I keep trying to prove it to myself. The evidence doesn't make me feel better. It just makes the fear more specific. She's not only on the bus now, she's here. I called Sam this morning, told him I wasn't coming back. He tried to convince me, said the union might not be able to cover time off that long, that he'd find me a different route, earlier shifts, daytime even. I told him I couldn't do it. He asked if it was about that woman, the barefoot one. I froze. How do you know about her? I asked. There was a long pause on the other end. Then he said, "You're not the only one who's seen her." That shut me up. He said she started showing up on the loop about 2 years ago. Always same time, same stop, always quiet. Most drivers just assumed she was homeless or sick. A few complained she wasn't paying fares. But no one pressed it. It wasn't until someone actually reviewed the footage just like I had that they saw something was wrong. The transparency, the shadows, the whispers. I asked Sam why no one told me. He said they didn't want to scare the newer drivers. That some people quit after seeing her more than twice. That others, the ones who stayed, started seeing her off the clock. He said one guy swore she followed him home once. He moved to San Diego a week later, never drove again. I hung up not long after that. What else was there to say? It wasn't just me. This was something real. Not explainable, but real. That should have made it easier. But it didn't. It made it worse. Because now I knew I wasn't just caught in some dream. I was part of something bigger, something older, a pattern that had already chewed through people stronger than me. I thought about that a lot today. About what she whispered. He's still driving. I didn't know what that meant before. I thought it was about me. About how I kept going to work, kept reviewing footage, kept chasing the logic of it like that would somehow stop it. But now I think it's not about me at all. I think she was talking about someone else. Someone before me. A driver, another one who never got off the route, never quit, never stopped. And maybe, just maybe, he's still out there, still driving that same loop. Even now, maybe that's what she's trying to say. That there's a route you can't get off once you see her. That you become part of it. I haven't left the house all day. I don't want to see the bus. Don't want to hear the brakes hiss outside my street. Don't want to feel the rumble of it pass under my feet. But I know it's coming. I feel it. Every minute that passes brings me closer to 3:22 again. I told myself I'd stay awake tonight. Keep the lights on, play music, distract myself. But I know what's going to happen. I'll fall asleep, just for a second. And when I wake up, it'll be 3:22 again. Because she doesn't need an invitation. She just needs you to look. I didn't fall asleep last night. I came close, around 1:30, when the warmth of the blanket and the lull of the television started to pull me under. My head dropped, my body relaxed. And then something inside me jolted like a snapped cord. I sat up so fast I knocked the remote off the couch. The clock on the microwave said 1:39. Too early. I sat upright and waited. I didn't move. Didn't blink too much. I just watched the numbers roll forward. 140. 153. 2:04. By 2:45 my eyes were burning. The couch cushion felt like it was made of bricks. My neck ached. My mouth was dry. But I kept waiting. 2:58. 3:06. I started to think maybe this would be the night nothing happened. Maybe the spell would break. Maybe she was gone. Then the microwave ticked to 3:22. And the room went cold. Not cold like a breeze. Not cold like an open window. Cold like something was missing from the air. Like warmth had been peeled away from the world. I sat very still. And from the other side of the living room near the hallway to the kitchen, I heard a footstep. Soft. Bare. Then another. I didn't look right away. I don't know why. Maybe because I knew what I'd see. Maybe because not looking meant I could still pretend I was imagining it. But then I did. I turned my head, and she was there, standing in the doorway, barefoot, blanket folded in her arms. Her face was half in shadow, hair hanging forward in a way that made her eyes hard to read, but I could feel them, not looking at me, through me, like she was looking at something behind my ribs. I opened my mouth to speak. I don't know what I was planning to say, maybe nothing. But before I could, she stepped forward. And then she was gone. Not vanished. Not faded. Just no longer there. Like she'd taken one more step and crossed some invisible line. I sat on the couch for another hour, too afraid to move. The television screen had gone to that standby blue with the input label bouncing around the corners. I didn't blink, didn't stretch. Just sat. I got up when the sun came up, walked to the kitchen, and on the counter was something new. A transfer card. The kind you get when a driver punches in a temporary route, old school style, cardboard, faded ink. It had a date. October 7th, 2003. Departure, 3:22 a.m. Route, unknown. Operator number, 6071. I stared at it for a long time. I hadn't seen one of those cards in years. They stopped using them sometime around 2014. But this one looked real. The ink had bled a little from age. The edge was curled like it had been in someone's pocket. And I didn't put it there. Neither did Sam. He was still asleep when I checked. I left it on the table and went out for a walk. First one in days. It felt strange to be outside during the day, like I didn't belong in sunlight anymore. I walked to the depot, not to go in, just to stand near it. I don't even remember making the decision. My feet just started moving that direction, like I was following a route I already knew. The depot lot was mostly empty. Only a few buses left for daytime runs. The rest were parked in their slots, lined up like silver tombstones. I walked the line, looked at each number, and then I saw it. Bus 6071. The same operator number from the transfer card. I'd never seen that bus before. It looked wrong. Clean, but old. The kind of old that isn't from wear, more like age frozen in place, like someone preserved it on purpose. The doors were shut. No driver inside. No movement. I walked closer, and my phone rang. Unknown number. I picked up. No one spoke. Just static. Then a voice. Not loud. Not whispered. Just close. You didn't check. I dropped the phone. It hit the pavement with a crack. I backed away from the bus slowly. Then I ran. All the way back to the street, then around the corner, then until I couldn't hear my own footsteps anymore. I didn't stop until I saw other people. A jogger, a mother pushing a pram, a man sweeping his shop front. Normal things. Grounding things. I called Sam later that afternoon. Told him about the bus. He didn't laugh. He didn't question it. He just said, "We've never had a bus 6071. I said I saw it. He said, "I believe you." And then he said something I wasn't expecting. "You should talk to Ron." "Who's Ron?" I asked. "Retired driver. Used to run that same route. Years ago. Back when they still used transfer cards." I asked if he had his number. Sam said, "He won't answer a number he doesn't know, but I'll call him. I'll tell him to expect you." He gave me an address in Glendale. Told me Ron still lived in the same house. "Be honest with him," he said. "He's the only one I know who saw her more than twice and didn't quit." I wrote it down. Thanked him. Hung up. And now I'm sitting here, transfer card in my hand, the old ink smudging my thumb, wondering what Ron saw. And why he stayed. Ron lived in a quiet neighborhood, One of those flat streets with identical houses, low fences, and sun-faded American flags hanging off porches. The kind of place where nothing ever happens, which made it harder to believe that anyone who lived there could have seen what I'd seen. I pulled up around 4 in the afternoon. The sun was still high. The air was thick and still. I sat in the car for a minute before getting out, not because I was scared, because I didn't know what I was going to say. Sam had called ahead, said Ron would be expecting me. The house was white with green shutters. A cracked lawn chair sat by the front door. The door was already open when I reached it, just slightly ajar, like someone had forgotten to pull it all the way closed. I knocked. A man's voice called out, "Come in." I stepped inside. The living room was small, dark wood walls, carpet that had long since given up on being beige, framed photos on every surface, grandkids, I assumed. A cuckoo clock ticked steadily above the doorway to the kitchen. Ron sat in a recliner. He looked to be in his 60s, maybe older. Thin, with the kind of posture that said he'd spent a lot of years on his feet. He gestured toward the couch. "Sit." I did. For a minute, neither of us spoke. Then he said, "You saw her, didn't you?" I nodded. He didn't ask which night. He didn't ask where. Just leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. "You always remember the first time," he said. I waited. He went on. "For me, it was 1998. I'd picked up a night shift. My regular driver had called out. It was a quiet loop, 2 a.m. to 5. I figured it'd be easy money." He opened his eyes again and looked straight at me. 3:22, that was when she got on. I swallowed. "Same stop?" He nodded. "Always the same stop. 23. By that old car wash with the busted sign. The bulbs buzzed back then too. I remember that. Buzzed like a live wire." I asked, "What did she look like?" He raised his eyebrows. "You mean at first? Or later?" I didn't answer. He did anyway. "First she looked like anyone else. Pale, barefoot, quiet. You figure maybe it's drugs, maybe it's a rough night. You learn not to judge." He paused. "Then the weird stuff starts." I nodded. "The shadows, the footage." He tilted his head. "She glitched for me once. That's what I called it. Like a skipping record. I thought it was the screen too until I saw it happen in real time. She turned her head and it just looped like a hiccup in space." I asked how long he kept driving. He looked away. "Too long," he said. There was something heavy in that answer, something he wasn't saying yet. I leaned forward. "Did she ever speak to you?" He gave a tight smile, not amused, more like recognition. She whispered. I waited. She said, "You missed it," over and over. Same words, every loop, every ride. Even on the nights I didn't see her, I'd hear it in my sleep. I asked the question I'd been carrying in my chest for weeks. What did she mean? He rubbed his hands together slowly, like trying to warm them, even though it wasn't cold. "I think," he said, "she's not warning us." He looked up again, eyes sharp. "I think she's reporting." That caught me off guard. He went on, "I don't think she's trying to scare us. I think she's just part of it, like a courier. She tells the next driver what happened to the last. I thought about that. What did she say the last time you saw her? His face changed then, like a shutter coming down behind his eyes. He didn't speak for almost a full minute. Then he said, "She didn't say anything." He stood slowly and walked to the hallway. I thought he was leaving, but he came back with something in his hand. A transfer card. Old, yellowed, edges frayed, just like the one I found in my kitchen. He handed it to me. "This is the last one she left." I looked down. Same time, same route, different operator number. I turned it over. There was something scribbled on the back in faint pencil. One word. Stay. I looked up. Ron was watching me. "She wanted me to keep going," he said, "but I didn't. I quit the next day, told them I was done, never set foot on another route again." I asked him if it helped. He nodded slowly. "It fades. It never goes away, but it fades." I sat with that for a while. Then I asked, "What do I do now?" He leaned forward, voice low. "You leave it behind." "How?" "You stop watching the footage. You stop talking about it. You stop listening when the clock hits 3:22. You make it forget you." I swallowed. "That's it?" He gave a grim smile. "That's all you can do." I thanked him, stood, shook his hand. As I turned to leave, he said one more thing. "She doesn't just haunt the bus. She haunts the route. You understand the difference?" I turned back. "I think so." He nodded. "She's not waiting for you. She's waiting for the next one." I walked back to my car. On the seat was the first transfer card, the one from my kitchen. I hadn't brought it with me. I picked it up. The pencil on the back was gone, replaced with 3 new words. "You missed it." I sat in the car for almost an hour after I left Ron's place. The air outside had cooled, one of those early morning lulls where the world goes quiet for a while before the city wakes back up, the kind of silence that feels bigger than just the absence of sound. I kept looking at the card in my hand, the same one I thought I left at home, the one I had no memory of bringing with me. "You missed it." The pencil was faint, but not smudged, like it had just been written. I don't remember driving home. I must have. I ended up there, but I couldn't tell you how many lights I stopped at, or what songs played on the radio, or what streets I took. The ride passed through me like water. When I got inside, Sam was in the kitchen. He had 2 mugs on the counter, one for each of us. He didn't look surprised to see me walk in. "You saw him?" he asked. I nodded. He poured coffee into both mugs, slid one toward me. I took it but didn't drink, just held it. My hands felt cold again. "He's right," I said. Sam didn't ask what I meant. He just waited. "She's not warning us," I said. "She's relaying. Each time she whispers something, she's telling you what happened to the one before. She's a part of the route." Sam was quiet for a long time. Then he asked, "So what now?" I didn't have a good answer. I still don't. But I told him what Ron said about walking away, about cutting the thread before it wraps around your neck. I could see in Sam's face that he'd heard something like that before. He said, "You should tell the depot you're not coming back." I already did. Good. We didn't talk much after that. A few days passed. The transfer cards stopped showing up. I slept longer. No more waking up at the same time. No more whispers. No more cold spots in the house. No more shadows where they didn't belong. I went out during the day again. Grocery runs, walks, small things. I even sat on the bus once during daylight as a passenger. It felt strange being on the other side of it. I kept watching the driver's mirror, expecting to see her sitting somewhere behind me. But the only passengers were real people. A kid eating chips, a woman humming into her headphones, a man reading the racing paper. Normal things. It felt like the weight had started to lift. 2 weeks later, I got a call. It was Sam. His voice was quiet. "I just wanted to let you know," he said. "Ron passed away last night." I sat down. "How?" "In his sleep, far as anyone can tell. Peaceful." There was a pause. Then Sam added, "They found a transfer card on his bedside table." I didn't say anything. "Same handwriting," he said. "Same time." Another pause. It just said, "Transfer complete." I thanked him for calling. We hung up. That night I didn't sleep. Not because I was scared, because I was thinking about how Ron stopped driving and still carried it with him, about how even though he warned me, even though he walked away, he was still part of the route in the end. The next morning I drove to the depot. I didn't clock in, didn't speak to anyone. I just walked the perimeter around the parked buses until I found the one I needed. It wasn't assigned to anyone. It didn't even have an active route. But I opened the door, sat in the driver's seat, closed my eyes, and waited. Nothing happened. No cold air. No footsteps. No whisper. Just the quiet hum of the engine I hadn't started. I left a note on the dashboard. It wasn't a letter. It wasn't a goodbye. Just a message, written in block print with a dull pencil. It said, "If she gets on, let her off." That's all. I walked away. Left the depot for the last time. I don't drive anymore. Not professionally, not for money, not on any clock. I still see buses sometimes, when I'm out walking, when I'm waiting at a light, when I'm sitting in the back of a cafe and one rolls by the window. And every time I see one, I check. I look for her. The woman with the blanket, pale feet, hair that clings to her face. And sometimes I think I see her in a window, on a bench, across a platform. But I blink and she's gone. Maybe she's still out there. Maybe there's another driver now. Maybe it never really ends. But for me it has. I made peace with what I saw. I told the truth. I stepped off the route. And in all the time since, I've never found another transfer card on my table. Not one.